Good morning and welcome to The Word on the Street, our first ever virtual celebration of storytelling, ideas, and imagination. I'm David Alexander, Festival Director for WOTS Toronto, and you're watching our Books and Discovery stream. All day long, we'll be running 3 simultaneous live streams with content for book lovers of all ages. Our digital marketplace is up and running at wordonthestreet.shop, and you can connect with us on Discord to chat about the festival with attendees, presenters, and exhibitors. We are so excited to get started with our first panel this morning. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge that the Word on the Street Toronto operates on land that is the territory of the Huron-Wendat and Petun First Nations, the Seneca, and the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nation. This territory is the subject of the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, an agreement between the Haudenosaunee Confederacy and the Confederacy of the Anishinaabeg and Allied Nations to care for and share the resources around the Great Lakes in peace. Toronto is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people with long histories on this land. We are privileged to live, work, and create in this territory and strive to act with awareness and solidarity. We encourage you to educate yourself about the land you occupy, wherever you're tuning in from. You can find more at www.native-land.ca. And now I'm going to introduce our first moderator for today, Terese Mason-Pierre. Terese is a writer, editor, and organizer whose work has been published in Strange Horizons, The Thames Review, Cosmonauts Avenue, and elsewhere online and in print. She is the poetry editor of Augur magazine and volunteers with Shabashare Reading Series. Terese lives and works in Toronto. Good morning, Terese.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to all of you who are tuning in. So I'm going to introduce our panelists for this morning. First is Andrew Pyper. Andrew is the multiple award-winning author of 9 internationally best-selling novels. The Residence, here. Well, it says forthcoming. It's already out with Skybound Books. Gallery is being developed as a hybrid fiction documentary series with Skybound Entertainment and Radical Media, with Andrew acting as executive producer. Among his previous novels, The Demonologist was the winner of the International Thriller Writers Award for Best Novel and is being developed for feature film at Netflix with Matt Reeves producing. Congratulations.
Thanks.
His first novel, Lost Girls, won the Arthur Ellis Award, was a New York Times Notable Book of the Year, and appeared on both the New York Times UK bestseller lists. He lives in Toronto. Welcome, Andrew.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Next, I'm going to introduce Saleema Nawaz. Saleema is the author of 2 novels, most recently Songs for the End of the World. Her first novel, Bone and Bread, won the Quebec Writers Federation's Paragraph Hugh McLennan Prize for Fiction and was a finalist for the 2016 Canada Reads competition. She's also the author of short story collection Mother Superior and the winner of the Writers' Trust of Canada McLellan and Stewart Journey Prize. Born and raised in Ottawa, she currently lives in Montreal. Thank you so much to both of you for joining. Thank you for your time. I'm very excited to talk with you this morning. So this is a question that I'm sure you have gotten before. So I don't know, if you have like a script or anything like that. It's about, this time, the time we're living in right now, publishing a book during a pandemic, especially for you, Saleema, you have a pandemic novel during a pandemic. So I was just asking about like what's that been like for you in terms of writing, promotion, things like that.
Saleema, you want to go ahead?
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's been super surreal is sort of the go-to word for me, just because there have been so many parallels between world events and what's in the novel. And as it was being declared, COVID-19 was being declared a pandemic, my publisher was tracking, world events quite closely. And they're like, okay, you know what? We're going to have to release the book early as an ebook. And we're going to have to include this frequently asked questions thing and a publisher's note to just explain, some of these coincidences. So people understand that you wrote it before, because otherwise they're going to think that you wrote it after. So at the very beginning of the pandemic, while, at lockdown and stuff, like I was trying to like write answers to these frequently asked questions, kind of explain everything. And so, it was stressful and so weird. It was hard to believe it was really happening. And it's always weird to kind of promote a book, like this thing that you've been alone with for so long, and to like have it out in the world. And this is just kind of like next level kind of weirdness, I guess.
Yeah, I would agree. Yes, I mean, super, super weird. I would even go, I mean, it's a sunny morning here, so maybe I shouldn't go this far, but I think it's been really difficult, right? I mean, I think it's been, I didn't think I would feel this as much, but I feel the estrangement, the physical estrangement from readers, from doing events like what would have been happening today were it not for the pandemic. I miss that more than I even thought I would. I mean, it's not like my readership is so great that's like, they lift me on their shoulders and we have a parade or anything, but, however small their numbers or great their numbers, that human connection, I thought, on the occasion of publishing a book was a thing of joy and comfort and communion that I really miss.
Yeah, it seems like you can spend, in my case, I feel like you're more productive than me, Andrew, but you could spend like a really long time working on a book, like years, and it's kind of like the reward, like you get to emerge out of your solitary hole and get to hang out with other writers and readers, and it's something that you look forward to. But it's nice to connect in this way too.
For sure.
Yeah, I love going to events. Like before this, I would go to like 2 events like per night, like 5 events per week kind of thing. And now I just like sit at home. But my next question for you was, I was really fascinated by the worlds that were in both of your books. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about your process of world building. And like the shaping of these sort of settings and places that to me at least seem so like solid and so real. You can go ahead, Andrew, if you'd like to start.
Oh, okay. Well, The Residence is a historical novel, and it's set during the single administration of Franklin Pierce, probably the least known, and until the current president, the least well-regarded American president. And he was someone I'd never heard of. And so I bumped into his history by researching haunted houses. And that led me to the White House, which has this supernatural history to it that I wasn't aware of. And that led me to Jane Pierce, First Lady Jane Pierce, to Franklin Pierce, who had this extraordinarily sad life in that she lost all 3 of her children just before moving into the White House. And there she spent her time writing letters to her most recently deceased son, pleading with him to come back to her, to return to her from the dead. And according to her letters, he did. And so as soon as I read that, I thought, this just kind of went from, time killing, Googling down a rabbit hole to I have to write this novel. But it was a historical novel, something I'd never done before. So it was really uncharted, territory for me. I didn't go looking for it. And so to answer your question, I think what I tried to focus on wasn't so much history, the history of the United States or the White House or American politics, but the people, these two, a marriage, essentially, Franklin and Jane, this very unique and troubled Gothic union.
Yeah.
If you can go into a story through events and concept, or you can go into it through people. And sometimes the people can make it easier.
Yeah, and Saleema?
Yeah, Andrew, I just got goosebumps hearing this story of Jane Pierce. Oh my God, incredible.
Yeah.
So for me, my story, my novel is really set, in the here and now. I mean, it's supposed to be in the near future. My novel is set in 2020, but it was originally set in 2017. But then as I was like working and editing it longer, I kept having to like push that date forward. So so it is set in 2020, which is now, but for when I started, that was the near future. So I guess too, like it's very character focused. So when it came to like world building, and trying to make it as real as possible, that's really where I did a lot of research into the science of viruses and pandemics. And so trying to get a handle on how long it would take to spread, and like how social distancing impacts the spread of an outbreak. And so looking at a lot of like epidemiological modeling, and a lot of time on PubMed, and just like reading a lot of scientific articles and then reading more articles to understand what it was I just read. And so, yeah, sort of the internet rabbit holes I went down ended up being like sort of science-based, because that sort of just to kind of like more than I even needed to do to just kind of like anchor myself in a confidence that this was realistic and this could happen this way, the way I've portrayed in the novel. So that was sort of where I ended up doing the most research in terms of building out the world as being real.
Yeah, Andrew, you touched on like the basis for my next question, which is great because that means there's a segue. So, so one of the things I loved about your books were the relationships in the novel. So Saleema, you have like a huge web of like characters here that are all interconnected, and so I'd like you to talk a bit about like what that process was like to ensuring, or just I guess, well, I don't know if it was intentional, those connections between characters, but also for you, Andrew, that relationship you talked about between Franklin and Jane and how that came out. I found it very real. I mean, I know there were real people in history, but I'd never heard of them before. And I liked the way that you showcased their love and their attention. So I'd like maybe both of you to talk about how relationships work in your novels.
Sure. Saleema, do you want to take it away?
Sure. So that idea of connection is like really central to my novel, and it was actually partially where it started as well. I had a lot of different stories and characters and scenarios, and I was trying to find a project or a way that I could unite them all in a single novel, and that was really fun. At the very beginning, sort of figuring out how these characters I had imagined in sort of different worlds or different timelines, how they could all be brought together under sort of one umbrella. And that was partially where the idea of a pandemic came from, because that's something that can, connect everybody in direct and indirect ways. And so, it was fun to sort of imagine, okay, how can this character of a rock star be connected to this, older professor in a philosophy department, or to this child in another city, or to, this whole web of characters like you showed in the image. And so, yeah, the novel is really about those connections and how, little interactions with somebody that might be in passing can like have this impact on you, like years later, that you maybe are aware of or maybe aren't aware of. So that part was fun, kind of making those connections between people.
Yeah, for me, it was because there's just the two main characters really for the most part, and they are, as you mentioned, Terese, they're real people, historically well-known people, but they're long dead. I certainly I'm no expert on them, and there's no way to reach them, and so I used the premise, I suppose, of exploring a marriage through the idea that every marriage. I think every marriage is built on a secret or some kind of, I don't mean necessarily evil or, sort of a crime that's been hidden, but a secret in the sense of discretion and confidence that is shared between two people within a marriage. And so in the case of Franklin and Jane, they were a very strange couple in many ways. I mean, Jane was regarded as not as pretty as her two older sisters, who were very popular. And Franklin was very understood to be, largely considered very handsome. He was kind of the first proto-telegenic president, in that he wasn't necessarily the best mind or a great leader or qualified in any particular way, but he looked the part. He looked like a president. He looked like a man who should be sort of occupying that chair. And so why those two people were brought together in this very lasting marriage, despite all of the terrible losses they suffered, that was the question I had to answer fictionally, so the question, we don't know, history doesn't tell us why they stayed together in the way they did. So my answer is, in the novel, is a ghost story, that they shared a terrible secret. They did something or went to a place they should never have gone, and that's what bound them together. So yeah, I mean that it was a very, probably compared to my other books, it's the smallest cast of real characters. It's just the two, but my hope was that you could get into you could touch on history, you could touch on a lot of the larger context of the novel through the prism of this one marriage.
That sounds amazing. I'm like running out to read this like tonight.
Oh, we're selling each other on each other's books. That's good.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, so another thing I wanted to think about, and this may be a stretch, so like let me know if I'm completely wrong in my assessment. That's the word. In my assessment. So I'm a poet, but I'm also like a speculative writer and a speculative editor. And I considered in my brain that both of your books were speculative. I know, Andrew, like it's clearly supernatural. There are demons and things like that. And Saleema, your book is near future, like slightly near future. I saw like November 2020. I was like, well, we're not there yet. So what does the sort of the art and the practice of speculating these new, can you hear me? Am I good?
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So what does the art of speculating these new settings and journeys and entities do for you as writers in your craft? Is that fun for you, or is it like a challenge, like things like that?
Yeah. I mean, for me, I was really trying to ground it in reality, but I think on some level, like all fiction is speculative, right? Like you're imagining things that aren't real necessarily, or didn't necessarily transpire. Even if you're writing something historical, they didn't necessarily transpire the way that you're telling them. And I've started to realize, like through talking about this book, that all my books, I wrote from this place of wondering what it would be like. So my short story collection, there's a lot of like motherhood and parenting, it's before I ever had a kid. And I think I spent a lot of time around then, like wondering like, wow, what would that be like? And writing from that place of creative exploration of putting myself into those situations. And Bone and Bread is about sisters, and I'm an only child. So I think it came from that, like wondering what it would be like to grow up that closely entwined with somebody else who is your peer. And this was like, what would it be like to live through a time of disaster, through the opening weeks and months of a pandemic. But now, having lived through it, I wouldn't write about that, so I think there is something about writing that allows me to go to places that I haven't been, live things I haven't lived, and answer that internal curiosity about all of those things.
Yeah, it's interesting, Saleema, you talk about having writing for a long enough period of time, or writing enough books that you can kind of look back and see, you can observe in your own work, maybe things that you weren't conscious of as you wrote them, even over the course of decades. Mm-hmm. But in my case, I think it's like looking back, I see this effort to create new mythologies or invest something of my own into an existing mythology. And so in the case of The Residence, you have this very familiar place, the White House. It's a fixture of history. All the newscasters stand outside of it today and say their things. And so it's on the one hand very familiar. We feel like we know it. And I think what excites me about the speculative is that you can through the fantastical, or maybe just a slight, just a little slight tweak into the unreal or the uncanny, can reinvest something very familiar in a very fresh way, so that the big goal, the big hope for me is that someone reads The Residence in this case and can never really look at the White House the same way again. It's like it's been filtered through an imagination, and then it changes things in the way that I think all lasting literature does. Right? You can't think about swimming off the coast of Long Island without thinking about Jaws, right? We will never swim in the ocean again in quite the same way after that book and the films. And so maybe not the best example, but it's just the power. It shows the power of the speculative and the imagination to like literally change the way we perceive reality. It's not just contained in the book. We set it aside and return to our normal real lives. Everything's different after you've experienced, the mythological in a lasting way. So that, I think that's, I don't know if I've done that yet, but that's, I think, what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, I'm always interested in like the ways in which people who would choose, or writers who choose to explore the speculative, bring in parts of like the real world or the common reality, and just make it seem a little bit different or defamiliarized. I think that's really, like, as an editor, when I read stories, that's something that I really like to see. So I'm going to get like really specific now, or I guess really general, depending on how you look at it. So my background, as I mentioned, I'm a poet, but my educational background is philosophy. So I really like to pay attention to precise and innovative language, and the themes and the points that the language is trying to make. So I loved the language in your books, the prose, I should say. And I liked the way, and I liked and appreciated the ways that you both used language to sort of take me, the reader, or other readers on journeys. I like, in particular, Andrew, your book, as you mentioned, it takes place in the mid 19th century, the 1850s. And to me, it felt like the narrator was speaking of that time. Like it didn't feel like a contemporary person talking about the 1850s. It felt like a 1850s person talking about that time. And that's a skill that I want to compliment like both of you on. I know writing is very hard. So if you will just indulge me for like a couple of moments, I just want to read like one part from each of your books that I really liked. It's from the beginning. It's not something huge. Is that okay if I do that?
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
I'm flattered.
Okay, so it's just from the beginning. I'm going to start with you, Andrew. Just I appreciate like language that makes me sort of stop and be like, I like that. That was good. So the sentence from near the beginning of your book that I really loved was a couple lines down on page 1. It goes, "She laughed, and the sounds of it startled Franklin. It was on account of its rarity, but also its alien depth and volume, as if a man resided in her chest for this purpose alone." And I like this because I never heard of this metaphor being used to describe someone's laugh. Most people would just say, "Oh, it was a deep laugh." But I think you went like one step further, and I really appreciate it. I stop and I would reread these parts, and I thought I was getting a little too sentimental as a poet, but I decided to keep going. And for you, Saleema, in the beginning of your book, "Calamity began as usual on an ordinary day. The city roiled with the amplified impatience of a million insomniacs. Sleeping children breathed polluted air. Low-level exploitation creeps across neighborhoods with insectile persistence, and 1,000 everyday kindnesses failed to rise to the surface of consciousness." I've never read anything like that before. In fiction, I was kind of surprised, but I just wanted you to like maybe talk about what that was like, your process crafting that kind of language. And I don't know how involved your editors were. I'm sure they were, but I want to hear about you and how you take that journey in language.
Sure. Maybe I'll jump in. Just that's terrific. That's a terrific line, Saleema. So I'm kind of reeling too. So yeah, I don't know. Like it's Terese, you sort of set this up, I think, appropriately. You sort of said I wanted to get really specific, or maybe this is really general. And I think that actually keys into, in broad strokes, how I kind of see what, quote, good writing is. And that is, it's a very hard thing to grasp, right? Like how does one write well? We all hope to or set out to, but how is it done? And you can get into sort of, the hyper specifics of it. But I think in broad strokes, I think it has to do with a kind of toggling between the general and the specific, the broad and the detail. So it's almost like, if you had a set of binoculars, you look through them in the proper way, and it draws you into a tree. If you're looking at a tree, you can see the veins on the leaves and perhaps a caterpillar on the leaf, and the incredible detail of the tree. Then you look at it with just the naked eye, and it's a tree in a different form. It's a tree that we all kind of are used to seeing. Then you look at the tree through the wrong ends of the binoculars, and the tree is at a great distance, and perhaps you see 1,000 other trees, and you realize, oh, this is actually a forest, or I can't even see the tree anymore. The tree has now become invisible. I think good writing, encourages the consciousness to travel through our experience in that way, so that you're sort of not in a way that makes us, dizzy, but that we kind of see reality in this way that's like, sort of more active and alert, and exciting and revealing than just regular everyday consciousness. And hopefully that's done in a way that's subtle, right? You don't want to have self-conscious writing is where you're like, oh, I see what you're doing, all the time. So that's where you mentioned, an editor. I think that's where a good editor says, to me anyway, it's like, Andrew, I can see how proud you are of this, but you've done it 3 times in the last chapter. So it's, 2 of them have got to go. And so you kind of hopefully end up with your sort of prize specimens. But yeah, that's how I think of it. And I'd be curious to hear how Saleema sort of sets about writing well. How do you what's the carrot that you put on the end of the stick?
Yeah, well, I love that metaphor of like zooming in and zooming out. That's great. And I feel like I've tended to get into the close-ups, maybe too much, in that I tend to really like labor over the sentences. I can get really into the specific word choices and the specific rhythms of specific sentences, maybe more than is warranted, given that maybe not every sentence is going to make it in, right? Because sometimes you can't tell until you zoom out what's really going to make it in there. And so I have tended to be, with novels anyway, a slower writer, because I'm kind of going sentence by sentence, and I'm so zoomed in a lot of the time. I'm zoomed in. And I like that notion, Terese, that you mentioned of like defamiliarization, as well as like recognition. So you kind of like want, Andrew, kind of like you said, you want both of those things. You want people to understand where they're at, but also to see things in a new way. So I've tended to benefit from the help of an editor when it comes to zooming out, definitely. And I want to get better at like toggling between. Could be good.
I just thought of this question. Are there parts of writing, maybe like maybe experience this in with these novels or with past novels, that you find you don't have to keep coming back to in terms of learning? Like, are there parts of writing where you feel like, I got this, I can do this in my sleep, like this is pretty cool?
I think that's probably the most dangerous feeling you can have.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
In truth, you know what? I mean, yeah, there's probably have been first drafts where I've sort of hit tasks. Like it could be, I don't know, a character is walking home at night and feeling pursued or that there's someone watching them. I sort of feel like, well, I've done this before. I've done this moment, I think, fairly effectively. So yeah, whatever, here we go. Fill in the blanks. But then it reads that way, right? It feels like someone who's filling in the blanks or is relying on maybe the memory of a past performance. And so, no, I mean, from my perspective, it doesn't get any easier. And that sense of like, I'm on terra firma, I'm completely confident is just where the book slides into a very bad place.
I'm glad to hear you say that, because I feel the same way. I don't feel like it gets easier. It would be so nice if it got easier, but I don't think it does.
No.
Yeah, always the process of learning. I just thought I would ask, because I'm like, I don't know, maybe I asked this question, someone's gonna be like, yeah, I'm really good at these things in whatever I write. I've seen a lot of writers talk about how like every time they write, they think, oh, I've written a novel before. This will be slightly easier, and it's not. It's like just as hard as the first couple times. Andrew, you've written 9 books, right? So maybe, is that how you feel? Is that your sense?
I guess on some really, really fundamental level, there is a look, you're right. Like I've done this 9 times before. So that proves that I can do it or have done it. There's at least that, right? There's that piece of competence that you can cling to, I suppose. But then you get into it. And if anything, maybe those 9 novels, as much as they maybe lend you a degree of confidence, they also question and interrogate the work in progress. So there's this body of work that's sort of saying, really, you think you're going to, make the cut? Like what gives you the right? Or, so the previous books are constantly judging the new book and wondering whether the new book's going to make the team. And so it's I think at the end of the day, the more you do it, yes, there's proof you've done it, but also, yes, if you want to continue to do it well, the body of work is this intimidating legacy and it challenges the contemporary work in this way it's sometimes fairly hostile.
Yeah. What about you, Saleema? And you've written short fiction as well. So this is a different form as well.
Yeah, I mean, well, I love that idea, Andrew, of like the joining the team. I don't feel like I don't have that sense of like the previous books at all. Like they're finished, whatever. I'm not thinking about them in the moment, but I agree. There is the confidence of like, at least you will write something. If you sit down to do it, something will get written. I feel like I have that confidence. I'm not as paralyzed by, the empty page or the blank screen or something like that. But I still do have this like fantasy of like, okay, the next one will be faster or will be easier or yeah, something like that. So I'm still always like looking for models of like how to be more efficient or how to be a better writer, It is one of those joys of writing is that it is constant learning. And so that's stimulating and challenging and frightening, but inspiring to like keep going.
Okay, so more on craft. This is more of like a big picture, I guess, meta question. So something I really think about as a writer, also having discussions with other writers and other editors, is the creative process, like on a higher level. And over the years, I've talked more and more about it. There seems to be like 2 camps of how the creative process works. So there's like one camp that's like the mysterious talent camp. You get into a zone, and then like you get possessed. Something happens to you, and then you wake up, and then there's just like 5 pages, and you don't know how you did it, and you don't know how it gets there. And then the other camp is like you put in the hours, you do the work, and that's the only way you're going to get better. These mysterious talent people, that's not something that's quantifiable, but you can quantify the hours, the words, things like that. And I know a lot of people who fall in like both camps. I don't know where I stand as a poet. I feel the mysterious talent energy. I can't explain my writing. I don't know how I do it, but I know for some people, in terms of making writing a little more accessible, they talk about how the actual labor is the most important part and is what's really defining of you or of the writer in their burgeoning career. So I just wanted to know like what your opinions were on these camps, or if we don't need camps at all, or what your experience was writing books.
We don't need camps. We can we can all be on the same team. But I find it somewhere like in between, I guess. Like I feel like if you sit down and do the work, and I have this confidence now that like I can get into that zone of like inspiration or whatever, like I think when I was, a very young writer, I sort of felt like, oh, I need to feel inspired to write. But I think there's almost no more dangerous like obstacle to actually getting writing done than that feeling. Because I know if you just sit down and you write, maybe not right at the beginning, but maybe after 10 minutes, 20 minutes, like you can kind of get in the zone and access that kind of mysterious energy or that channeling or that inner voice or whatever. And then later when I've looked back on pages, okay, here's something I wrote when I really felt inspired versus something I kind of ground out through just like forcing myself to sit there and do the work. And you can't tell the difference, or I couldn't tell the difference unless I remembered, like I feel like you will still end up with quality writing based on the effort you put in.
Yeah, I would agree. It is a combination. There's bridges that you build between those two places, I suppose, and that when the work is going well, there's fluid movement, across that border. If we use that, that trope of the two approaches, but I sort of I really believe as well that a novel in particular, I think this is less so for a short story, and probably certainly less so for a poem, but for a novel, at least, that the way I approach it is that it is a piece of architecture as well. There is something that there's an engineering challenge to writing a novel, in addition to sentence making and character, enlivening character, et cetera, that we ignore, I think, at our peril. And so I find that part, and I'm a big outliner, and I know some people are, really against that, and I'm a big outliner, but it doesn't have to be a conflict there. I just think that what's important is that we understand what we're kind of building when we build a novel. That it's in some broad sense, I think you need to have a grasp of like, what kind of house am I building? Is it a house? Is it a hotel? Just to have a trope of that kind of helps you into that space, I think is a way that maybe avoids a lot of half-finished books that people get frustrated with, not because it's a bad idea or that they're not capable of writing it, but that they kind of wandered in and kind of like, I don't know, now I'm fed up because I feel a bit lost. And so I see outlines as kind of maybe preventing that frustration of kind of, realizing, I don't know what I'm doing here. Then the outline reminds you, no, you're building a house in the woods. Like, okay, thank you. That's helpful because I didn't know what the hell I was doing out here for a while.
Yeah, I'm an outline person. Sometimes I outline poems. I don't know how.
Okay, so that you can do that. Okay.
I mean, maybe I'm the only one. I don't know. That's very weird. But I know I follow this writer on Twitter, and not only do they write an outline, they also write an essay about their story. Before they've written their story, they write it like a long essay about their story and the themes, and they sort of like extol on and on. And it takes them like maybe a couple months to write the book after that. And I was like, that's next level.
Wow.
I don't know how to do that. So I know earlier, Saleema, you told me you had questions for Andrew. Do you want to ask them?
This is so selfish, but it's actually the perfect like segue, because Andrew, I a few months ago, like since the pandemic began, I listened to you on my friend Jonathan Ball's podcast where you were talking about outlining, and it's an episode with almost comically, I hope Jonathan doesn't mind me saying this, almost comically bad audio, because you guys are in a bar. Yeah. You had to be in Toronto, and then you didn't know, but like a band is like prepping to play. It's just like, it's kind of hilarious. But I was so interested in what you were saying about outlining and how long you spend on your outlines. Like this was the revelation to me. So I just wondered if you could say, because I feel like you said you spend months doing the outlining. And I'm like, how many months do you spend outlining that architecture? See, this is where I'm like, I'm always looking for answers. Is this the secret answer to
maybe I can show you
a faster book? Yeah, show me.
So this is like I'm in my office, and this is probably really not visible. Oh,
on the papers on the wall.
Yeah, the papers on the wall are sort of like, that is like the first half of the book that I'm just starting. And so so the outline for me, and it can take various forms, but what I kind of do is like compile ideas, character bits, all the stuff that is just kind of, tumbling around your mind. I kind of let that go pretty free for a while, and then research what may be like, oh, I think this is a curiosity for me and maybe connected to the book. So it's all pretty free form for, and that's the research is actually quite loosey goosey, and you don't quite know what you're doing. And then you sort of spill it all out onto the table, maybe physically do just that. Here's all the notes, here's all the stuff, go through it. And what I find is that oftentimes your brain or your subconscious is doing a lot of work while you're sort of your sort of waking conscious is not really doing seemingly anything at all. And so you're like, oh, this connects to this. This little description that I took a note of in observing someone walking my dog relates to this character, maybe, and it's sort of, you realize, oh, this is the beginnings of it. And so what it distills into is this outline, where the outline, in my case, is paper taped to the wall, a timeline, and then individual, not even chapters, but individual beats or scenes, so that and then you can play with it. So at the end, it's less about like, oh, now you're constrained. I know a lot of people are against outlines because it feels like, well, yeah, but what about, that doesn't sound fun to me. And my reply is that, as you can see, I'm quite excited about outlines. So, it's a lot of creative stuff that happens in creating the outline, because you're just spitballing. You're like, well, what if she stays and doesn't run from the haunted house? Or what if you're just kind of like pitching yourself. You're kind of like, what sounds the most exciting to you? And that's all done without getting 100 pages into a book and realizing you've gone the wrong way and you have to chuck it. Now you hate it. Now you can't go back to it. And so, it's less about handcuffed to this thing, because you can still change it after you've outlined. It's just, I find it really helpful. And finally, I think it pushes back against loneliness, that solitude of like, I feel a bit lost. I don't feel very confident about the project right now, or in myself. And you look at the outline, and the outline says, you made this. This is the roadmap. I'm here with you. It's almost a companion on the journey.
That's a nice idea. Well, I love what you say about it being so freeform. And so how long would you say you give yourself in that kind of outlining, spitballing stage of working on a book?
It could be years, because sometimes that process is actually overlapped in the previous book or two that you've been writing. Right. So it could be something like, I really want to write a book about a family that starts up a summer camp or something like that. I have no idea where it goes. I don't know why. I don't know who these people are. And then, okay, here's another book. Here's another book. Here's a decade and a half of your life. Here's the birth of a child. And you're still kind of, you're kicking this thing around. And then when it's sort of like, oh, now it's starting to assemble. So that period, to answer your question, that could be a long time. Yeah.
But when you're really rolling with it.
Quite short. So then once you have, I think you have the pieces, that, sort of creating that thing on the wall is maybe a week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Because
Thank you. I'm so glad I got to ask my
that's a great. I like to hear about people talking about their outlines, because my outlines also don't take very long. It just depends on how detailed I make my outline. And I identify with that excitement. They're like, oh, I can do anything. I haven't committed to anything yet. So I can do whatever I want. So I'll go to some audience questions. You maybe have time for one. So I'll give you two. Okay, one I think is for Andrew specifically, and then maybe there's another one. So what if the new book doesn't make the team? In your analogy of new books making the team, what do you move on to your next idea? What happens? It can be. I'd be curious to hear what Saleema has. We could maybe do this at another time at some virtual bar or something. But sometimes when I'm between books, that's the worst time. I'm just the worst person to be around. I'm very my temper is at its lowest, because I'm not sure what is that next team member, right? I'm sort of in between in so many ways. And so, I've started projects because I've definitely outlined a book, looked at it and said, nope, and walked away. And so sometimes an idea doesn't make the team even before I start writing. Oh. What about you, Saleema?
Yeah, I mean, there's been things I've started and haven't finished, because you have to have that passion to keep going for a long time until it's done. If you don't have that, it's hard.
So there's another question here about characters. So does fleshing out your characters get easier?
I don't know if it gets easier. I feel like for me, characters are really that's kind of like my jam. That's where I really get into it, and that's always been like a strength of mine, I think, as a writer is getting into the characters' minds. So I would say it's sort of stayed about the same, but it's always interesting to try to write characters that are further from you, and like to keep pushing yourself to like getting into even more kind of distant minds. And that, I find that fun.
Yeah, I don't think it's gotten easier like anything else. You know, it's all still difficult, but I've sort of tried, and I've what I've resigned myself to, because one of the criticisms, at least from some readers on my books, is like, oh, you know, your main character or characters aren't likable. Some readers really want likable, and I can't. I honestly tried to figure out, like, A, what is a likable character, and B, how would you write and I can't do. I just can't. Well, I don't even know what it means. So I've given up. I'm now liberated from even trying to do it. So
I've always thought it meant like a good, like a not really a good person.
I guess.
I don't know, like lawful good. I'm not sure. But likability is different people will like different things. So
yeah. I know.
What does that mean? I go for complex over likable.
Yeah.
Any day of the week.
Yeah.
So another question that we have is, do you have something new coming down the pipeline? How has the pandemic affected your writing?
Well, for me, it's affected it in that not that much has been getting done. I've been home with my 5-year-old for most of this time. So there's been a lot of playing and a lot of dancing, not quite as much writing happening.
Yeah, same here. You know, sort of spending more time with family, which is actually kind of, you know, the circumstances of it is maybe unfortunate, but it is good to be together. And but I'm writing a lot. I don't know whether it's a consequence of the pandemic or whether it's just a consequence of just, you know, circumstance. But I'm working on a lot of projects that aren't novels. So a couple of developing a couple television or film projects, or writing a script, or so it's stuff that is you know, sort of fiction, but not novels, which is maybe a little easier because so much of it is meetings. Some of it is like, you know, sort of it looks like work. You're pitching, you're talking to people, but you're actually not doing very much, which is maybe perfect for the time we're in.
Do you count outlining as like writing?
Oh yeah. Because the outlining now, like the outlining, here I go again, but the outlining actually shrinks for me the amount of time that you actually have to write the first draft, because there's a greater clarity, I think, in the project. So as I've gone along, I spend more time thinking, outlining that section of it, and a first draft takes a lot less time.
All right, so we have like 3 minutes left, but I wanted to ask you, so because for both of you this isn't your first novel, you've written multiple novels before, so is there anything that writing and publishing this latest book that's taught you about yourself? And you can be as specific or as general or as personal or as impersonal as you like.
It's a great question.
I'll just maybe say that you know, maybe it's proved to me that I can read a story. I can read something like Jane's Letters, you know, which is historical fact, and what triggers, you know, what I immediately think is, this is a ghost story. You know, my mind just naturally, and not tactically, not strategically, not commercially, but just naturally goes to the speculative and to the fantastical when I sort of encounter interesting material. And that was like, oh, really? Like, you're just hardwired to do that. Like, that's that's how you see the world, is kind of mythologically and fantastically.
I'm happy to hear that.
That's very cool. I think for me, it's made me realize that like I can be pretty good at getting things right. I'm good at synthesizing information and pairing it with imagination to kind of create something that is so seemingly so close to reality that some people don't believe I wrote it beforehand. So, you know, I
prophet.
kind of went into it with this sense of like great uncertainty about my scientific knowledge. But like having done all of that research, I feel like I've come out on the other side with a sense of like, no, I can learn things. I can synthesize things. I can imagine things that are pretty possible.
All right, so I think that's it for us. I wanted to thank Andrew and Saleema for coming. Thank you to WOTS. I'm sure you've worked so hard on this virtual festival. I know you work hard at all festivals, but this one in particular. So I'd like to thank you so much for this opportunity.
Of course. Thanks, Terese, and thanks to Saleema and Andrew for the great discussion today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if you enjoyed the chat, you can find Saleema's book, Songs for the End of the World, and Andrew's book, The Residents, through Another Story Bookshop in the Word on the Street digital marketplace at www.wordonthestreet.shop. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back in about 10 minutes with Deb Dundas and our Grand Dames of Crime Fiction panel. See you soon. Hi, welcome back. I'm going to be introducing now our host for the next two panels, Deb Dundas. And I'll just pull Deb up right now so you can all say hi.
Hi, David. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I am okay, thank you. Excited about the two panels.
Excellent. I'm just going to do a quick intro. Deb was the books editor at the Toronto Starr.
I still am.
You still are. Sorry.
I still am.
This script says was named, and I skipped the word named. So apologies. Was named books editor at the Toronto Starr after reviewing books for the paper for more than 15 years. She's worked in the media for more than 25 years, including stints as a books editor, but also in business, lifestyle, and national and city politics. Welcome to the Word on the Street Books and Discovery stream.
Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to talking to these three grand dams of crime. Is that what we're calling them?
Sure.
So here's my intro to the three women I'm going to be talking to here. Move over Nancy Drew, Mavens of Mystery, C.S. O'Kennedy, and Gail Bowen and Anne Lambert are writing award-winning mysteries with strong lady leads. Follow the trail with these sleuths from finding a body to solving the murder. Now, please join me in welcoming our three participants. So first off, I'm going to do a brief introduction of all three, and then they can do a brief reading just to give you an idea of, if you're not familiar with their current books, a little flavor of them, and then we'll get into the questions. And please feel free to put in questions of your own, and we'll get to them. So first, I am going to introduce C.S. O'Kennedy. She runs the blog She Kills It and is the author of Petra's Ghost, a literary thriller set on the Camino de Santiago. She lives in Guelph, Ontario, and her new book is The Star Sting Scale. Welcome, C.S.
Thank you very much, Deb. It's wonderful to be here.
Perfect.
And it's Carol. I also answered Carol. And
okay.
It's O-Canada, kind of like O-Canada.
O-Canada. Okay, see, you know what? It's they've got the pronunciation here, and it's got the D. So thank you for that. We'll correct it on all future.
That's
future
okay. That's
things.
okay. I chose an Irish name so I could make everything difficult for everybody.
it's like trying. Yeah, Irish names trying to do them phonetically just doesn't work, does it? So now what I'll do is I'll introduce Gail Bowen. She is an author, playwright, and teacher. Among her numerous writing awards are a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Crime Writers of Canada and the Distinguished Canadian Award from the University of Regina. Reader's Digest has called her Canada's best mystery novelist. She lives in Regina, Saskatchewan with her husband, Ted, and her new book is The Unlocking Season. Welcome, Gail.
Thank you, Deb. I'm very, very glad to be here. And I'm glad that my name is easy to pronounce.
That's okay. We all have challenges.
More poetic. It really can.
And last but certainly not least is Anne Lambert. Anne has been writing and directing for the stage for 35 years. She's the author of the Russell and Leduc Mysteries series and has been a teacher of English Lit at Dawson College for almost 30 years in Montreal, where she makes her home. Her new book is The Dogs of Winter.
Hi.
Hello, Anne. There you are. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Hi, Carol. Hi, Gail.
Hello.
Hi there, Anne.
Nice to meet you virtually.
It's wonderful to be able to get everyone from across the country together. Really allows, doing virtually has its downfall, but it also has its pluses, which is being able to do something like this, which you wouldn't normally be able to do. So it's nice that they've taken advantage of that. So without further ado, though, what I will do is ask you each to do a brief little reading from your book, just to give our viewers a chance to get a sense of the voice and the character and what you're doing. So Carol, would you go first?
Sure. Awesome. I didn't get to ask whether this had a PG-13 rating or not, but if you know anything about my books, you might want to put the kids in another room. So this is the Starr Sting scale. It features a 6'3" former hit woman named Candace Starr, and I'm starting from chapter 1. I'm not sure that I can help you. On the contrary, I'm quite certain that you can. The well-kept blonde in her 50s bats her considerable lashes, quite a feat given the amount of Botox injected in her face. She sits opposite me, perched on a high bar stool at the back of the Algonquin, a dive we affectionately refer to as the Goon. Affection is perhaps too strong a word when talking about a dark, dank, 70s wood-paneled hole that smells like stale beer and jism. The former odor compliments of the full-time barmaid, lovely Linda, and the latter a result of the brisk part-time business she transacts in the men's toilet on request. I'm Candace Starr, a woman who gets paid for a different kind of service. I still fit in here, but the blonde is definitely out of place. A friend of mine sent me, she says, flicking a strand of straightened hair off of her polished forehead. She told me you assist in these matters, that you helped her with a rather difficult husband. Difficult husbands are a specialty of mine. Rarely in my line of work do you run into a husband who isn't difficult in some way. They cheat, they lie, and occasionally they smack their women around. It's like the metal in a wedding ring creates a strange magnetic force within a guy's body that sets off his asshole switch. Maybe wives should insist on a wooden band. I'm retired, I tell her. You look a bit young for that. I'm older than you'd think. I've managed to keep my looks over the years despite my lifestyle. It's the Italian blood from my mother's side. That olive skin covers up a lot of hard living. The woman abandoned me on a median strip when I was 3, but at least she left me with a good complexion and a figure that holds up. Everyone thinks I'm in my early 20s, but I've been on the wrong side of 30 for a few years now. I've got legs that go all the way up to my armpits at an age when most women are starting to gather ass up from around their ankles. I can make it worth your while, she says, batting her eyes again. The coach bag she's clutching costs more than a month's rent. I bet she can make it worth my while and then some. I'm impressed that she had the balls to come down here to track me down. Most society maidens like her would find a go-between to do this sort of dirty work. A gardener with connections, a boy toy with designs. This woman has made the effort herself to make sure the job gets done. I respect that. Stand up. And she stands.
Very good. Thank you for that. Now, Gail, you're reading from the Unlocking season, your latest Kilborn.
Yeah, just released on September 1st. So it's number 19 in the series. And for those of you who are keeping count, that would include,
Wow.
Yeah, right. Okay.
I think we might be asking you about that.
Yes, I that is a question that comes up. On the Saturday morning before Easter, when I opened the front door and saw Georgie Shepherd on our porch, I felt a twinge of unease. Georgie was the executive producer of Sisters and Strangers, a 6-part TV series based on the tangled relationships of my family. We had solid scripts for the first 2 episodes, but we were still struggling to finish the rest. Georgie's appearance at my house on a holiday weekend did not augur well. Sisters and Strangers was about Douglas Allard, the father who raised me, and his lifelong friend, the artist Desmond Love, who was my biological father. Telling their story fully and honestly mattered to me, and I had been working with the writer Roy Brodnitz on the script. At 60, the chance to understand and accept a part of my life that until a year earlier had been shrouded in secrecy was a gift. And the chance to be involved in a process that meant stepping into a new world was seductive. But after a promising start, things fell apart. I led Georgie into the living room. I'll let my family know that you and I are talking, I said. When I returned, Georgie was sitting in an easy chair by the window that overlooked the creek behind our house. Her scrubbed, blonde good looks, fine, precise features, and cleanly marked jawline suggested a woman with a nice, sunny, uncomplicated view of life. But Georgie's gray eyes were knowing, and her lips had a way of curling in private amusement at the vagaries of human behavior. My grandmother would have said that Georgie Shepherd was nobody's fool, and my grandmother would have been right. Our forsythia had just bloomed. The bush's gold, bell-shaped flowers were a welcome burst of color in the gray late winter palette, and Georgie had half turned to gaze at them. That forsythia is glorious, she said. A harbinger of spring, I said. A good omen. Let's hope, she said, because there's troubling news. You know that Roy flew up north with the production team to scout locations for Sisters and Strangers. I talked to Roy yesterday, I said. They just arrived on the island at Emma Lake, where Ernest Lindner had his studio. Roy was ecstatic. 118 acres of virgin forest and a log cabin constructed in 1935, exactly what they need for the outdoor shots. Georgie winced, and when I saw the pain in her eyes, I sank into the chair across from hers. Something's happened, I said. She nodded. Everything was fine. The production team rented vans in Saskatoon, drove to Emma Lake, and hired boats to carry them and their gear out to the island. They had a shore lunch and then split up to explore the terrain. It was a gorgeous day, and at 5 o'clock, the team met back at the boat dock as planned. But Roy wasn't there, I said. My pulse was racing. Our family had known Roy for less than a year, but he had been a good friend to us. Georgie's gaze shifted back to the forsythia and stayed there as if she wanted to hide among the blossoms. Everyone assumed he'd lost track of time, but when he wasn't there by 5:30, they separated and started scouring the island. This time of year, the sun sets around 7:30 that far north. The crew knew they'd never find Roy in the dark, so they called the police in Prince Albert. It was close to 10 before Ainsley and Kyle Daly, the production designer, spotted Roy. He was alive, but in Ainsley's words, he was in a state of mortal terror. The image of the Roy Brodnitz I knew flashed through my mind. He was an elegant and fastidious man. At the beginning of his career, Roy had been a dancer, and after 20 years of sedentary life as a writer, he still moved with a dancer's grace. I can't believe any of this, I said. When I spoke to Roy yesterday, he was fine, better than fine. He sounded like his old self. Georgie shook her head. According to Ainsley, when she finally found Roy, he didn't recognize her. How could that be? I said. The two of them have been inseparable since they were 14. Ainsley said Roy was drenched in sweat. His clothes were filthy, and his fingernails looked as if he'd been clawing at the ground. He was muttering gibberish. He seemed desperate to make the others understand. Before they could make sense of what he was saying, he started gasping for breath and collapsed. Apparently, he suffered a massive heart attack. Where is he now? Nick Kovacs and one of the police officers carried him out of the woods to a clearing where a helicopter could land and take him to a hospital in Saskatoon. What do they think caused the heart attack? They don't know, Georgie said. The doctors are waiting for more test results. She paused. Joanne, they don't think that Roy's going to make it.
Mm.
Oh dear.
Oh, there you go. Very hard. Oh, do I ever know how to bomb a party?
Now, excuse me, Anne, your new book is The Dogs of Winter, and that's what you'll be reading from today.
Yes. So I thought the Dogs of Winter takes place in the middle of it opens with a snowstorm in Montreal, and it's kicked off by a hit and run. So I thought I'd read actually chapter 6, which sort of, it's the jumping off point. for that. Rosie had to get away from the road. Pulling herself along by her one good hand, she managed to crawl and drag herself over the low concrete barrier and rest against the steep embankment. The snow and wind whipped around her, and at first she hadn't felt much. But now, the pain somewhere in her hip and right leg snatched her breath from her. She desperately tried to get air into her lungs, but the pain was so excruciating, she could only gulp small, shallow breaths. As she dragged herself up the embankment, she felt the wind tear at her body again. She had to move a bit more. If she could get out of the wind, she might survive the night until she could get help. When she turned on her stomach to crawl, her head exploded in pain. She lay on her back. No, her side. No, her back. She had to keep breathing. Stay awake. Stay awake. She tried to pull her legs up in the fetal position to keep the heat in, but the pain was so intense and shocking, she felt herself losing consciousness. She tried to open her eyes, but she couldn't seem to. She tried to move her legs, but now she couldn't feel them at all. She clutched at her stomach. Was he still there? She couldn't feel him. Nothing at all. And then a warm and beautiful image came to her. The sea smell of the bay. Her grandmother's hands plucking eider ducks. A few feathers lifting away in the gentle summer breeze that kept the bugs away but wasn't too cold. Perfect. Just perfect. Her grandmother's hands, brown, wrinkled, skilled, so fast. Her mother lighting the fire. Delicious smell of dripping duck fat. The summer sun strong. Her sister, Maggie, playing the piano. No, that's something else. Another day. Piano day. The 88th day of the year for the instrument's 88 keys. She and Maggie playing Heart and Soul. Rosie and Maggie. Maggie and Rosie. Maggie played the one-hand part, she played the two-hand. They did it real serious for the show. Then after they were laughing and laughing, so pleased with themselves. People clapping. Maggie never played anymore, but she did. She could play 100 songs, make them up too. Now she couldn't breathe at all. Breathe. She didn't want to die like this, like a dog. Her grandfather had to shoot them all his dogs. He couldn't take them in the relocation because they wouldn't go in the canoe. Didn't want the whites, the RCMP, to do it like they did all the others. Had to shoot them all. Grandmother still cried and cried when she told it. Everything changed after that. She didn't want to die. Breathe. Maggie, they would get a piano. They promised each other, play Heart and Soul every day. What happened to you? A voice, ecstasy of relief, a voice, a face, not a face, eyes in a mask, a scarf, a man was speaking to her, asking her if she was okay. She tried to move, but the pain was so knife intense, she retreated from it and tried to breathe again. The voice was drowning now, far away. Help me, I can't. Her voice now. She felt something under her head, holding her head, something heavy over her. It was warm, warmer. She tried to open her mouth to breathe, but there was no air, no air. I will help you. Don't be scared. Help is coming. Help is on the way. And then there was nothing.
That was a heartbreaking passage. Thank you, all three of you, for reading. And I'll pick up from you there. Now, this is your second crime novel. The first being Birds That Stay, right?
The Birds That Stay, yeah.
How did you find the follow-up writing the second book with these characters? You know, was it a challenge? Where were the challenges? How did you approach it?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I've only written two. I'm not like Gail and Carol are real grandames. So what's just, I don't know how much time I have, but when I wrote the first book, I didn't really plan it to be a series. I saw it as a one-off. And then my publisher was very excited about it, and they thought that there was a series here. So what was hard was I kind of put everything I thought and knew it could possibly think about and write about in the first book. So when the second book came along and I had to flesh out my two main characters, Romeo Leduc, who's a inspector, head of homicide in north of Montreal, and Marie, who's a marine biologist, college professor, I had to sort of really sort of create more backstory, which was probably the hardest part in a way. But it was actually a wonderful experience because I just got to spend more time with these characters. And there's two other characters that are holdovers from the first book. One who's kind of an offstage character, and one who's, I think, becoming a character I never saw really becoming like a continuing character in the series. So, surprises. And so it was really lovely. And there's always that kind of, will this be as good or depending on your point of view, I guess. But I also reset it in Montreal. The first book set in the Laurentians north of Montreal, and then the West Island of Montreal and in Europe. The second book I chose to set really solidly, fully in downtown Montreal in a very specific part of the city. And that freed me up a little bit too, I felt. So, yeah. So it was a wonderful experience. And I'm starting book 3, which is back up north. What we call up north.
Well, we'll come back to the idea of the sense of place. Carol, I saw you nodding in commiseration there. Why were you nodding there?
I think I was thinking about how you write a book and then everybody says, hey, that would make a good series. And you're so, flattered, and then you have to do it. So I look at Gail, and with is this the 19th in the series, the Unlucky season? And I bow down in your general virtual direction because
my children do. Yeah. So.
As they should, because I have written the second one in what's going to be a 3-part series for Candace Starr, and I've got ideas for the third. But boy, that second one took a lot out of me. So when Anne was talking about how, you put a lot and you put your everything into this first book, and you think of it, that's my book, and then people want you to take the same characters and the same kind of shtick and keep going, and that is an incredible skill. So I'm still learning how to do that.
So Gail, with 19 now, Joanne Kilbourne mysteries, how do you, as a writer, keep interested in the same character? How do you develop it?
Well, I made it. I hesitate to say I made decisions at the beginning. A couple of these were decisions. I wanted Joanne to be middle-aged because I was middle-aged at that point, and I felt that middle-aged women were really underrepresented in crime fiction. I also, because I teach Canadian literature in my real life, I say that, I mean where I get a pension, as opposed to writing, where good luck with that. But I'm a strong advocate of Canadian literature, and so I wanted her to be Canadian, and she is. And I also love Saskatchewan, so I set her in Saskatchewan. Now, the things that I did, the allowing her to age, turned out to be wonderful because she's, I think, in her early 40s, as I was when I wrote Deadly Appearances, and she is now, I think, 62. I have another Joanne that's finished and at the publishers, and I was actually writing copy for the sales reps for that one last week. Sort of like being, selling Avon. You're but I and then I had kind of a series of I developed a series of almost like a repertory company. Joanne, for one thing, Joanne has children, and she is a widow, so that leaves that possibility open. But she's a person who lives very much in community. She lives in Regina in a life very much like mine, teaches at a university as I did and just retired. And so there are many worlds that she connects with. So they're almost from the beginning. I say, I can give this as advice right now, but it was as it was. There were just many opportunities for the series to grow. And because Joanne is part of so many worlds, and there were so many interesting people in her own life. She was not a loner. And I think that was that's the last thing I'll say, but I think that also set me free that I'm friends with Sarah Paretsky and admire and love V.I. Warshawski, but she really has become the model, I think, for so many female detectives or whatever, and she is very much a loner. I mean, she has friends, but she does operate alone, and essentially she's a person unto herself. So, And I wanted Joanne to really be someone who was very firmly involved in community, in part because she is also, like me, a social activist. So she had to have that connection.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's two things that you and Anne, I think, have in common in your books, is the sense of place, and the really strong sense of place, but also the social activism. And can you talk about that? I mean, there's with the particular reading that you did there, you set the stage for talking about Indigenous rights, about homelessness, about all sorts of things. Why do that in a crime mystery? What is it? What does crime mystery give you in order to be able to talk about those sorts of things? What does the genre do for you?
Well, the reason I wrote The Dogs of Winter was because two things that were sort of the inspiration for this. One was sort of terrible inspiration. In Montreal, there's really challenging issues with homelessness in this sort of core part of Montreal, which just happens to be across the street from where I was a teacher for 30 years. I just retired too, Gail, in August, from being a college professor. So I was sort of witness to what was going on in this part of Montreal for years and years and years. And the other thing was, in September of 2017, two 27-year-old or 26-year-old Inuit women were found dead in circumstances that would suggest both of them had been victims of homicide. And I followed that case, and as I did, it was clear that the police in Montreal were just simply not investigating, weren't bothering to really take a closer look at this. And my daughter at the time was exactly the same age as these two young women. And I just couldn't get over it. I just thought, how is it possible that my daughter, who got to go to university and, won the birth lottery, I mean, she just got to do all these things, and she lives in this family that loves her and takes care of her, and she's not exposed to this life on the street. And I really wanted to find out. I like writing about what I don't know and what I want to understand. That's what appeals to me. So the book seemed like a really good opportunity to examine these issues because it intersected with the police. And the other one, other story that the book is about, or that inspired it, was also kind of taken from the news. And that was in Montreal, a man and his dog were found outside a metro station in downtown Montreal, and the dog had died of hypothermia. The dog had frozen to death because they weren't allowed in the metro late at night when it was minus 30. And two things were horrifying about that. One was that people are not allowed in the metro when it's minus 30 to stay warm and not die, but that the response in Montreal was people were horrified by the death of the dog, which I understand, I'm a dog lover, but less horrified about the fact that somebody was outside in minus 30. It seemed they were more shocked by the death of the dog. So I took these two stories and kind of put them together in The Dogs of Winter. And then there's a third kind of plot line, which involves a kind of very well-known sexual predator. There's quite a bit going on. So yeah, so I find that in my plays, I've always been interested in where the personal kind of intersects with the political and issues of social justice, and I'm very drawn to writing about those issues in my books. I don't think I'd write them otherwise, to be honest.
Now, Carol, you've done both a literary mystery thriller and this book, crime fiction, hard-boiled sort of crime fiction. What do the two different genres allow you to explore, going back and forth?
Well, it's interesting because, very different books. Petra's Ghost, my first novel, was marketed as literary, but got picked up by the thriller and horror community, which was really bizarre for me. But
you never know how people are going to react, do you?
You never know. But I was even talking to my husband about this the other day, about the writing. And so, in Petra's Ghost, I was playing with a lot of beautiful language. It's set on the Camino de Santiago in Spain. So there's a lot of beauty, a lot of culture and everything. And so there was a poeticness that I was going for in what I was writing. But I find writing the Candace Starr series, it's almost as important to get all those beats, those almost poetic beats right, because it's funny, it's humor. And so you have to be, just as careful. So you're not writing some beautiful line that somebody's going to highlight afterwards and say, wow, I'm going to remember that line. You're going to be writing a line that has to have just the right amount of beat and oomph to make somebody laugh or to shock somebody, right? So they're similar in that way, right?
Now, Candace Starr is no one else we've seen in crime fiction. Can you tell us a little bit about her birth?
Well, she was the answer to, hard-boiled crime fiction was sorely missing women with anything more than kind of a two-dimensional or even one-dimensional personality. So Candace isn't a femme fatale, nor is she a ingenue. She's an anti-hero, for sure, or anti-heroine. I'm not sure how we put that. Unapologetic alcoholic, a former hit woman who killed people for money. Not too apologetic about that either. And I saw a lot of male characters like this in hard-boiled crime fiction where they were desperately flawed, but but somehow we found them thrilling to be around. And I wanted to take a female character like that. And she teams up with Detective Chin Cheng Malone, a female detective. So that kind of balances, how dark Candace is in a lot of ways with the lightness that she brings in. So I was writing something I wanted to read very selfishly, because I like the hard-boiled genre, but I've always been a bit disappointed in the women characters. But yeah, Candace, I always say that she's an avatar for any woman who's ever wanted to slam a bad guy against the slushy machine at the 7-Eleven. That's who she is.
Well, I mean, women have not always been well represented at all in crime fiction. I mean, Gail, when you started writing Joanne, what drew you to writing her, and what did you see that was out there that you could sort of point to and say, oh, okay, I get that. I mean, you talked about Pierre Wachowski and
well, I think so much of I mentioned earlier that I sort of go by the Alistair MacLeod said once that writers write about what worries them, and I think that is a very profound comment, and certainly in my very privileged life, with a university education and teaching university and living in a very nice area and with everything kind of going for me, 10 minutes from where I live, North Central Regina, Maclean's famously called the worst neighborhood in Canada. And I like Anne, I was appalled at the fact that when I went there, I too have children, and I saw children on the street who were 11, who were selling their bodies. And I think the two responses to that can be the response that many people have, which is simply to drive by and never look. Or the response that I had was to write about it and to see it as something that Joanne was actively involved in trying to rectify. I am a follower of J.S. Wordsworth, and he said, what we wish for ourselves, we want for others. And that is the struggle that we should all be entering in our lives. And that's very real for Joanne. It's very real for me. I also, all my years at university, I was teaching at First Nations University. And so my students, we were an integrated university with the University of Regina. And so I would have, certainly have Caucasian students as well as Indigenous students. But I became very aware of the life. I mean, that was 30 years of my life, and so I learned so much from just being there, and I mean, really, if you have that opportunity, I mean, you can't. To me, I just don't understand how people can see evil and not try and do something. I mean, we're not we're not superheroes, but all of us is capable of doing something. And I think it's incumbent upon us as human beings to do it.
Mm-hmm. I've got a couple of questions coming in from the from the audience. One of them, Carol, is directed at you, but of all of you, one person is saying she has a character that she's writing who's an anti-hero and isn't going to stop taking care of business. What kind of, and this is where it applies to everybody, I think, what kind of moral change can a character like that make to complete an arc?
From
That's
my
the question. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Candace being, as I said, an anti-hero, there can be one aspect of her. By the end of the first book, Candace has a friend. She's never really had a friend, right? So she can continue to be, she's still drinking her like a fish. She's still inherently violent. But she develops a friendship with one person. So I think that showed a change in the character, and there'll be further changes for her, So I think you can still be an anti-hero, but you can have some kind of moral change.
Mm-hmm. And one of the details in your book that sort of struck me was she was going through through the metro, and usually had money to give to people. And we often have, any of us who live in cities who walk by someone who's homeless, sometimes we have, do we give money? Do we not give money? There's this tension. Can you talk about bringing that sort of argument in detail into your book?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, because there were these uninvestigated homicides of these two young women, it's all connected, So it was very easy for me in some ways to connect to Marie, my character, Marie Russell, who's a marine biology, a former marine biologist, now a biology professor at the college. And so if I remember the passage as well, she calls it the gauntlet of guilt, where she has to, on her way to get her $7 Starbucks coffee, she has to step over homeless people, which is my life. It was my life for many years. And I noticed a kind of change, over the years, I always used to give money, and I always used to stop and try to talk. And then as the years progressed, just that kind of concern eroded, because I got tired and felt a kind of helplessness that there was nothing much I could really do about this. And so I really wanted to look at that from the point of view of someone who lives in privilege as well, of someone who's white, who's someone who is trying to navigate an understanding of this world and not just shut down. And so, and then I just, in the research that I did, I found out that homeless people are really struggling now because people don't carry as much cash. And now with COVID, I just had a guy try to ask me for money, with not wearing a mask the other day in my car. And I thought, wow, wear a mask, buddy. I'm not, and then I thought, oh my God, so that these I've always been really drawn to. I think my character is really different from Carol's. I love listening to you both talk about your characters. Mine is, I almost called my first book The Inadvertent Detective, because Marie it's her neighbor who's murdered, and so she just kind of falls into it. Her house is then broken into, and that's how she meets Romeo. And in the second book, because she and I'm giving some stuff away, but because she and Romeo are now seeing each other. He is drawn into this murder because this hit and run, because his number is found in a woman's pocket. And so Marie, their lives intersect in exactly that same place in Montreal, where she's seeing this terrible injustice, and he's sort of called in to deal with this case that they have. So I don't know I hope I answered your question, but did I answer your question?
You know what? It's
I forget the question.
It's good. The question doesn't matter. It's the answer.
I think what you're getting at is just how we feel when we're stepping over people, whether to give money or not, and those little moral dilemmas that we face daily that we don't even register. And when you stop to kind of consider them, you think, oh, I didn't do that, and I could have done that. And as Gail said, the evil that we see, but sometimes the wall of it seems so insurmountable. How do we make cracks in it? Like, I think sometimes it's not that a lot of people aren't good. I think it's just that we don't know where to start. And so there's this kind of paralysis that sets in.
And what's neat about reading those sorts of moments in a book is these are all the things that all of us sort of grapple with, as we're going through the same thing. So to incorporate those makes it real, makes us think, and allows us to, take a look at the moral imperative of the characters, but also in ourselves, which is sort of going back to the moral change we were talking about with Carol's character. It all starts drawing together, right? I have another question. We've only got about 5 minutes left, actually. I've got a few questions coming in from the audience. So one person's asking, how do you approach writing clues or uncovering clues in your narratives? And maybe we'll start with you on that one, Gail.
Well, writing is about revealing what is concealed. And so I think the things have to be there from the beginning, very subtly put in, and it's and that's the wonderful thing. I think because I use a first person narrator, and that's an advantage because the reader can only know as much as Joanne knows, and so and it also, the other thing that a first person narrator allows me to do is Joanne can reflect. There is action. The best advice I still teach, and so the best advice I give in creative writing classes is not my own. It's mine not, but it is. Think that when you're trying to pace a novel, think of it in terms of skating, and it is push, glide, push, glide. You introduce there's the scene with action, and then and this will also make you not run out of steam, but also you take that glide part. And for a first-person narrator, that gives them where they have a chance to reflect on it. And at that point, they do. Now, when you start asking, what does this mean? Is this part of something larger? That's when I think you start looking toward clues. So I think that they're there. I mean, I think you have to, you must, that's the absolute cardinal rule of mystery writing. You have to play fair with your readers. And I mean, you can't have everything just coming up at the end. And so, so you have those clues there, and I think the other thing too is just using your characters wisely. I mean, the fact that a character who seems trustworthy is not is a very useful device and a heartbreaking one, and or somebody who seems to be one of the characters that I felt is most powerful in anything I wrote is a street woman who carries a backpack full of Care Bears, which are in terrible state, but they're like her children to her. But she's on the street and she does see things. And, back to just this one last thing about connecting, that woman really goes to she went to our church for many years. And, you do what you can. I'm Anglican. I don't know why I always feel compelled to say that. Anyway, just because, I guess, because I've been an Anglican my whole life. But anyway, but she, but she was obviously someone who also was off her meds. So there's only so much you can reach out and do. But I did try, in the book, I tried to show what she had been. And I happened to know in this case that this woman had been someone who went to New York at 19 as an opera singer, and whatever happened, I don't know. But this was how she ended up. And I think that's the other thing when we look at others, is to realize that this is not all they are. They are human beings too. And but for the grace of God or the roll of the dime, that could be us. So,
Carol, can you answer the question? I'll remind you of what it was. It was about approaching writing clues or uncovering clues in your narratives.
Well, I'm an outliner. Apologies to people that write by the seat of their pants, but particularly with mystery, I need an outline that I sort of stick to. And so I have an idea of where I'm going to drop the clues in, as well as the red herrings. I think it's important to be dropping the clues that are wrong throughout and interspersed throughout. So it's finding a way to drop them that is not obvious. I mean, that whole thing about Chekhov's gun. I love that
Yeah.
literary advice that, you know, if you point out the gun that's above the fireplace, you better do something with that gun because somewhere in the narrative, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. So how do I point out the gun without pointing out the gun? And that's I think, you know, the kind of subtle thing that I enjoy doing and fooling people with twists at the end. With Petra's Ghost, I've had so many people come to me later and they had to go back and read, and they were compelled to read because when the twist came at the end and the solution, they couldn't believe they'd missed it. So so I think it's a matter of partly, you know, peppering it through and planning, but also finding a way to be remarkably subtle. It's all about misdirection as far as I'm concerned, kind of like magic.
Absolutely. It is magic when you get a good read and it all goes together and you think, how did they do that? And I think you've all given us some insight into that. I think our time appears to be up. I can't believe it. That's gone so quickly. But thanks, all three of you, for talking to us. And I want to remind people that you can, like, as with usual, Word on the Street, you can shop today's book list with Another Story bookstore. They are live on the WOTS Toronto Digital Marketplace. And don't forget to check that out. You go through the WOTS Toronto website, or there's a link dropped in the YouTube live comments scroll. So either way of getting there, go buy some books and see some more panels and interviews and enjoy the rest of your day.
Great. That was fun.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That really was fun. Thank you.
So nice to meet you all.
Yes.
Wonderful. I'm going to read your books, which I have not read
Me
yet.
too. I was thinking that. Yeah,
I read your first one, Anne.
Oh, you did? Oh,
Yes,
great.
I did. I loved it.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, thank you. Well,
I'm
totally thrilled to have met you all and thrilled to be called a grand dame.
Yeah. I always knew I'd make a great dame.
Well, thank you so much, Gail, Carol, and Anne, for that great chat. And as Deb mentioned, you can find all of our presenters' books this weekend through the Another Story Bookshop in the WOTS Digital Marketplace at www.wordonthestreet.shop. We will be back in about 10 minutes for Deb's conversation with Cordelia Strube and Dolly Dennis. We'll see you then.
See you in a few.
You're on the air.
Hi, my name is Deb Dundas. I'm the books editor at the Toronto Star, and welcome to our next panel, The Complex Heart. I have joining me Cordelia Strube and Dolly Dennis. Their new novels gather a cast of colorful characters, throw them in between a rock and a hard place, and roll the emotional dice to see if their protagonist can pull through their troubles. What do you do when your community is facing a crisis? First, allow me to welcome Cordelia Strube. Cordelia. Hi, Cordelia. How are you?
We had a power outage, so we're a little bit freaked at this end. Thankfully, my brilliant IT daughter sorted it out.
That's perfect. IT daughters are the best.
Useful.
They're very handy to have around.
Yeah.
I'm going to let the audience. I've got a little intro for the audience here, and then I'll bring Dolly in. So give me a second. It's so Cordelia is the author of 10 critically acclaimed novels. She's been nominated for the Governor General's Award, the Trillium Book Award, and longlisted for the Scotiabank Giller Prize. Her newest book is Misconduct of the Heart. And I also welcome Dolly Dennis. She should be popping up. There she is. Hi, Dolly.
Hi, Cordelia.
Yes, Dolly is an award-winning playwright. Whoops. I'm just introducing you, so give me a second. She's an award-winning playwright, the author of the novel Lottie Da, and a celebrated visual artist as well. She lives in Edmonton, and her new book is The Complex Arms. So welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
Now, as you were noting, Cordelia, doing things virtually has its drawbacks, particularly when you have tech trouble, but it also allows us all to get together, from Toronto and from Edmonton, which is something we wouldn't.
Well, we get to see each other
on the street.
And some of us haven't had breakfast yet.
It's early.
Early for you.
2 hour difference, like I'm half asleep here. No, I'm only kidding. Nice to meet you all.
Wonderful. It's good to meet you and see you here. Now, we have time for the two of you to each do a little reading. First, Cordelia, would you like to start with your book to give the audience a little introduction if they aren't already familiar with it?
So I'm going to read. We're reading for 3 minutes. So I'm just giving a really tiny reading of a story within a story. The protagonist of this novel is a kitchen manager in a crappy restaurant that is being taken over by a global power. It's kind of a metaphor for the world, what's going on right now. So she gets into a relationship with a younger man, which I think is really important for us girls to get. So she's involved with this younger man who's from Slovakia, and he's Roma, which means that he's been persecuted. He's had a terrible, terrible life. So she's feeling a little bit like a cougar, and that perhaps she's taking advantage of him. She says to him at some point, is this a good idea? I mean, it's a wise investment. And he says, I don't know. And this is what the story goes. When Georgi was little, his mother had a relationship with an African who had long dreadlocks and taught Georgi card tricks. Georgi didn't understand what was going on between his mother and the African, whose name was Henri, but having a man around made him feel safe. Henri told Georgi he'd escaped a merciless dictator whose soldiers dragged people from their home, slashed them with machetes, and crowded them into prison. You are lucky here. Georgi didn't feel lucky because his mother cleaned people's houses and was never home when he returned from school. He had to make himself suffer. No, mon petit prince, Henri said. You must understand you are living a life that is an exception, not the rule. Where I come from, it is normal to be misérable, to work non-stop for little money, to suffer at the hands of tyrants, to fear weather that can drown you or starve you or crack open the earth. You are lucky. Henri looked around their dismal apartment and smiled, revealing big and even teeth. When the police came for Henri, Georgi's mother stood in front of him, locking her arms through his. When she refused to step aside, the police hit her with truncheons. Henri did not resist arrest and pleaded with Georgi's mother to let him go. Lâche-moi, ma chérie, he said. The police beat her until Henri was the only thing keeping her upright. Then they beat him until he gently released her to the floor. After they took Henri away, Georgi lay beside his mother, holding her where she said it didn't hurt. She lay still for a long time. Georgi knew she was alive. Her ribs moved against his. They never spoke of Henri again. Henri was not wise investment, Georgi said. That's it.
Thank you very much, Cordelia. Now, Dolly, you're going to be reading for us from the Complex Arms.
Right. I've got a 3-minute read, and I'll just get my reading eyes. And I thought I would read from the beginning, of course, the prologue. And a lot of publishers and agents don't like prologues, but I felt in this case it works. It creates a mood. It sets the story in motion. The reader gets introduced to the main characters, like of Vadim, the resident manager, and also the Complex Arms, the apartment building. And we also find out why there is a vacancy now in the Complex Arms. So I'll just start reading here. And I call the prologue Airborne. There is a woman in the air. She seems almost as if she were afloat, suspended above the city. She clutches her 3-year-old daughter in one hand, and with the other she clings to her spirit. For a moment she is suspended, moving in slow motion, her gauzy summer dress billowing like Mary Poppins' umbrella, the wind propelling her to stay afloat. She has lost the combs that had kept her waist-length black hair neatly in place. Long strands now tumble about her face. She cannot see anything. Then her body hits the ground. The little girl lands on her mother's belly, a pillow for safety. Dead eyes stare at storm clouds above. Dead eyes guard the 4th floor balcony. Where are you going? He was sitting at the kitchen table drinking coffee. He had just woken up. Night was the start of his day. I'm going to Vera's bridal shower, Jan reminded him. And where's that? At her sister's, not far from here. What's her name? Shannon. You know her. She used to work with me at the hospital, remember? I don't believe you. I know where you're going. You're going to some bar to meet some guy. You're staying put tonight. I've got to go. They're waiting for me. They? My friends. What friends? You don't have any. But I promised I have to go. He sighed. His head slumped to his chest as though he carried the weight of the world and could no longer hold it up. Come here. She approached the table with frightened steps, felt her body fold inside out, her face drain of color. He gripped her wrist. How are you going to get there? The bus. He released her hands, then swung them back with such force that her shoulder blades almost snapped. What bus? He knew how to get there. This was just a game, an invention of his sadistic nature created to amuse himself, tease her. He loved to listen to her whimper. It heightened his carnal excitement. Go on, tell me, he was shouting now. I'll take the bus on the corner of our street, then 4 blocks later get off, cross the street, and there's Shannon's house. It's not far, and I promise not to stay long. He whacked her on the side of the head. She became disoriented, kept pointing to the living room window. See? Come here. I'll show you where the bus stops. Don't you dare talk to me. Not a word. I said no. Let me at least call Shannon. Let her know I can't come. They're expecting me. And then the tears. She knew he hated tears. She rubbed her eyes, pretending they were itchy. Tears triggered some demon in him. Oh, God, she shut her eyes. Don't cry. She willed herself. Don't cry. She could see Nina hiding behind the sofa, trying to make herself invisible, sobbing softly. What will she remember of her childhood? And then the belt. She cowered, screeching like a pig sent to slaughter. spinning, twirling, running in circles, dodging his buckles, screaming, squealing. He shoved her into the bedroom, onto the bed. She lunged toward the phone on the nightstand, her hands blindly searching for the receiver. Too late. Do you think I'm stupid, huh? Do you think you can lie to me? And he wrapped the telephone cord around her neck until she pleaded. No, it's me that's stupid. I'm sorry, I won't go. Please, please, I'm sorry, please. Her words were cut off, fading into a chokehold of surrender. He wanted sex, and she let him use her because she was afraid he would hurt her again. And when he had finished with her, he laid his head with tenderness on her lap and moaned, a baby in search of a mother's wound, a mother's love. I'm sorry, Jen. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I didn't mean to hurt you. I promise I won't do that no more. No, it's my fault, she said. It was always like that. After he had left for work, she bathed herself, determined to erase every sense of him. She scoured her inner thighs and stomach with an SOS pad, brushing lightly over the welts and abrasions. He would punch her in places invisible, never her face. No one knew the secrets her body carried, so no one could help. No one knew to care. She let her head slide down the back of the tub, submerging, drowning, weeping, the water a melding of scented soap and salty tears. For a moment, there was only a kaleidoscopic muffle of water on water, whirling, swirling, a tunnel of bubbles surging toward the surface. She held her breath and felt her life explode. That's my 3 minutes.
Thank you, Dolly, and what a powerful 3 minutes that was.
I got to put my eyes back on. There you are. Thank you.
Each of you have chosen very specific settings for your books. They contain very self-contained communities. Which came first, the characters or the community?
Are you asking
Dolly?
me?
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
ask Dolly, and then Cordelia, you can jump in after that.
Very easy. Millwoods. I live in Millwoods. Nobody's ever written about Millwoods. It's supposed to be a dump.
And this is an area in Edmonton?
Yeah, it's like a community. There's 100,000 people, and it had that kind of reputation for crime. But every big community, has that. There's 100,000 people who live here, and if it was a city, it would be the 4th largest city in Alberta. So because nobody's written about Millwoods, I wanted to write about it. I liked the people, the culture. It reminded me of Montreal. I'm used to the languages, the music of the language, and I found it here. There are 17 languages in Millwoods. And so I wanted to say something about Millwoods and bring it to speed to let other people, especially the rest of Canada, know that we do exist here. So that's why I chose Millwoods.
Okay. Cordelia.
I just created this restaurant, which is very much kind of like a Kelsey's or something. It's a very sort of not wildly high-end restaurant. And I just want the whole objective of creating this little world within the restaurant was that I could use it as a metaphor for what's going on in the world. So everything that goes on in the restaurant is what's going on: surveillance capitalism, all of this editorial capitalism, all of the corporate speak, all the things that are in the novel that are going on in the world, they're going on in the restaurant. So the changes that happen in the restaurant, changes that we're all experiencing right now.
Wow, that's amazing.
And those include, PTSD and aging and dementia and care. There's so many issues that the characters are dealing with, and the same with you, Dolly. I mean, obviously, abuse, the way disabled characters are portrayed. What I want to do, though, is talk now about the eccentricity of some of the characters, because those are they can seem such heavy topics, but your characters are eccentric and quirky, and there's so much humor in both of these books. How do you balance that out?
Well, you have to make your audience laugh if you're going to tackle these kinds of topics, right? So veteran PTSD, dementia, a lot of us are dealing with all of these things, recovering from trauma in the 21st century. So I can't, I was once asked by a producer why I write, how do you write this heavy duty stuff and make me laugh?
Yeah.
And my response is, I can't keep you reading unless I make you laugh. And I can't keep writing it unless it makes me laugh. So the antidote to, I can't write tragedy, I can't write comedy, I have to intermingle the two things. So I'm constantly counterbalancing. So as I'm writing it, if I've written a heavy duty scene, say between the mother and her son who's got PTSD, he was in Afghanistan for 6 years, and is adjusting and trying to become part of the Mick world and failing miserably. So he's becoming more and more pulling into himself, and yet, like many people with PTSD, experiences rage and hurts people. So I just found that if I wrote a heavy scene like that, there's a lot of other things going on, because there's a whole evolutionary biology theme to the book as well. There are all these animals that are referenced to, so I can make people laugh with that. Stevie in particular, the protagonist, is so funny. People just love her because she has self-deprecating humor. Nothing knocks her off guard. She's always ready to find a way to mediate in the restaurant with these very eccentric characters. So I think anybody who writing humor, and I'm sure Dolly would agree, is very dangerous, because people want tragedy, comedy. They forget that Shakespeare did everything, right? All the great writers, I'm not equating myself with Shakespeare, but that we learn from those writers. So you can't, if you're going to tackle tragedy, you've got to have some humor, I think, within it to make it credible, because life is full of darkness and light. You can't have one or the other. So humor is key to tolerating the difficult material that only crazy writers like us take on.
Dolly?
I thoroughly agree everything you said, Cordelia. I find it can become very exhausting. I know that you worked as an actor, and so did I. It was the first thing I did. And I found I learned how to put myself in the place of a character's life. And I've transferred that to my writing, where I enter their lives. And by the time I finish a scene or the book, I'm so exhausted, and it's like you really do need a little bit of humor, even though it's crazy or nuts. It's like I don't know where it comes from. I don't know if you know either, but I have this one character, Velvet. Her name is from the Sault Ste. Marie, and she's come to meet her boyfriend here in Edmonton, and Aideen thinks her name is really quirky, like Velvet. Where does that come from? National Velvet, the movie. And she said, no, I don't know if you remember at that time, it was in the 80s, Dick Clark and his caravan of stars, and they would park themselves in fields or tents or whatever. And so her mother, I had her mother being pregnant with her, and they were watching Dick Clark, Caravan of Stars. And just as he was, anyhow, she gave birth to Velvet while Bobby Vinton was singing Blue Velvet. And so her parents decided to name her Velvet after Bobby Vinton's song Blue Velvet, because they were listening to him sing at the Dick Clark Caravan of Stars. And so, and that's crazy, but I thought, yeah, well, people are really crazy. And especially when you reach my age, it's like, whatever, they do the craziest things.
Touch on exhausting. When you say exhausting, you know that Orwell described writing a novel as a bout of illness. Have you heard that quote?
What?
George Orwell said writing a novel is like experiencing a bout of a long illness. When you refer to exhausting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's the best part is when you make yourself laugh, right? When you're writing something and you make, and then you know it's working. But it's a slog, which one has to explain to students over and over again, and they keep thinking it shouldn't be such a slog, but heck, you know. But the rewards are great. I mean, I just think it's the best thing ever, writing novels, really.
Yeah, I do too. I do too.
Now,
it is.
now both of your main characters, Stevie and Nadine, are they take on a lot of the mothering of the other tenants or the other people in your book, Cordelia. Do women, you know, these two women, are you saying something about women taking on too much, about, you know, still taking on the mothering roles, even if they're trying to deal with their own things, their own abuse, their own issues? They're still taking on everybody else's burdens. Can you talk a little bit about those characters?
I mean, women since time began have been holding things together. So, and Stevie doesn't want to hold things. She keeps being pushed into holding things together, the job, the family life, all of those elements. So, but I think that women tend to be buffers. There was a story, someone was telling me a story, but there's a lot of domestic abuse during the pandemic happening all over the world. We know this. But in France, a politician actually said to the women, look, why can't you make him happy during this time? And I'm like, what? You know, so women, when women are aggressive and bitchy, we're bitches and harridans. When men are aggressive and loud, they're heroic, they're manly. So we're constantly, as writers, as women in society, we're constantly finding a way to reveal our strength without intimidating. So Stevie is extremely strong. She's the strongest person in the book, but she has the brain to mediate these, in some cases, guys, but women too, with massive egos who believe the world is orbiting their own little sun. They are the sun, and everybody's moving around them, right? This is very common in our 21st culture. So I just feel that women are more willing to compromise, to bring people together, whereas a man, and this is a huge generalization, but there's a tendency to, certainly in cultures like Mediterranean cultures, where the guy just, I'm done with this, and he leaves the house, right? I mean, Italians are famous. Ever watch an Italian show, that's what's going on. And I think that women play this really crucial and under-recognized role of keeping balance in the family and in society as well.
Dolly?
Yes, I agree with everything Cordelia said. And women still have that role, although we've come a long way since the late 60s and 70s. That was my time. And in my book, Adine, she is the nurturer, but they also give back something to her, which is love, because she just gets this good feeling if she helps all her tenants, and then whether they're, you know, elderly or they're retired or they're, you know, just, I don't want to give stuff away, but she does help them all. She's there right in the center, but in the meantime, she's being abused in a way because her husband is having an affair with National Velvet. You know, maybe she is, and I leave that to the reader. But I feel she is, because she does discover a photo, and at the end, and that sort of propels her to do what she does at the end of the story. Yeah.
Now, there's a lot of talk about family and what it means in different ways in both books. The families are not traditional families. Most families aren't traditional families, but there's something about how we create the families we need, and we choose the families we need. What do you think about that, Cordelia?
I think bloodlines are overrated. I think we find comfort and companionship and understanding from all kinds of different people in different situations. So family is to me not the answer. Certainly that hasn't been my experience, and nor in Stevie's. But what's curious about Stevie is that she proves out to be a fabulous mother, and yet she thought herself completely incapable of that. But everything she does with the child who appears on her doorstep and her son and everyone in the restaurant, she's the kind of mother we would all love to have had. Maybe I did, but just this whole. I think that I see solace from an interaction with someone, less so during the pandemic, but at the grocery store. You know what I mean? Like you meet some stranger and you're just talking about the price of jam or something, but there's a human connection there. And those are the kinds of random changes that also happen and that we gain strength from. Just meeting someone and sharing a look is they become part of your family in a way. That makes sense?
It does. I mean, there's something about us being responsible for each other, which I'll get to in there. Dolly, what do you think about that? I mean, I think it comes up a lot in your book, the idea of choosing your family.
Yeah, well, she didn't have much of a choice in a lot of ways. She left Montreal because she was pregnant, and her mother was an alcoholic and didn't want anything to do with her. And then her daughter turned out to have some disability problems. And in the meantime, her best friend was in Edmonton and convinced her to come to Edmonton because that was the place to be. You know, the economy, everything was growing. And so she came from a very dysfunctional family. Having lived as long as I have, I'm not that old, but I find families are so difficult and there are always issues. I don't know of too many that I could say are 100% happy, because if they are, that means somebody is being quiet, you know? So,
someone's a lot of emotion.
Yeah. So I don't know. I found my friends were more supportive of me in my writing, for example, than my own family, you know, and my teachers. And I needed that kind of support and love. And I didn't get that from my family, you know, but I got it, as Cordelia said, people you meet, you know, at work or in the grocery store. And they may read something or see you for what you are, just you know, non-judgmental. And like my best friend in Connecticut, we've been friends 60 years. We met at birth, but anyhow, she is more supportive than anybody in my family ever has been, and has always encouraged me. And so she's just an example of one person who has always been there for me. So you're right about families; they're not always there, you know.
So go ahead, Cordelia.
Right? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So go ahead. I think you were going to say something.
Well, it's not like in the films. I think you know, in Hollywood movies where everybody gets together and has a little row at Thanksgiving and then loves everybody afterwards. It's just, you know, if you talk to people, there is a lot of dysfunction.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's the stuff of fiction, right? Fiction begins when things start to go wrong. We don't want to read about people having a lovely time and getting their nails done. Right?
Well, if you write the truth, that's what it is.
Yeah.
You know, life is not a Hallmark card for Christmas, where everybody gathers around the Christmas tree and, oh my goodness, isn't Jack lovely? He just came back from wherever, you know. That's just not reality. But I find that a lot of readers like that. They want to read that. They want a happy ending. And, you know, if you want a happy ending, well, I'm really not the writer to go to. I tend to purge my soul, get all that tragedy out of me, because what I have to say deals with what I've seen and observed around me. And I want that noticed so that we can change it, especially as women, you know. It's changed a lot from the women's lib movement and Gloria Steinem and all them, that I grew up with. That's just the way it is with my writing. I'm just into tragedy. It's just so exhausting.
But dark humor as well, which is wonderful. Now, I've got a question about sort of the corporate world, because both of you have set your books in small businesses that are running sort of separate, but the strings are being pulled by corporations. Can you tell me why you put that in there? You've got these individuals being controlled by corporate decisions that have no understanding of what the individuals are going through.
I think so many people are going through that right now, don't you find? I mean, so many people are up against corporate powers who, whenever I hear about a merger, I know it's not going to be good for Joe Public, right? It's not going to be good. So more people working harder for the same money. I mean, I know a computer software engineer. He's just been 600 people have been laid off, and he's having to take over, compensating for the loss of his employees, his co-workers. So I think that there's a lot of this pushing people up against a wall and saying, well, at least you've still got a job. I think that's going to be worse with COVID too. Yeah. At least you've got a job, right? And as Stevie says in the book, wow, we're going to be so thrilled that at least, we got the sweatshop in Canada, whereas it's underwater out in Bangladesh, right? I mean, the whole idea that we're lucky to be working at crummy jobs with crummy benefits and just not being laid off, that's happening everywhere. And then, of course, AI is replacing. That's also touched on in the book, that AI is going to affect the workforce, and that's inevitable. But I really, my books, although this world may seem, the Chappies world may seem fairly small, it's mirroring everything that's going on out there.
Yeah.
So, and all the things that we're dealing with. And I just think the fact that we are so relaxed about surveillance capitalism blows my mind. I mean, we're so willing to have our data shared among Facebook and Google, etc. We're very laissez-faire about that. And I think the book, in a way, is trying to a wake-up call too about, where are we going with this stuff? I mean, what is privacy anymore?
Dolly?
Well, privacy, I think of, okay, we have Facebook, and I had to get back on it, and it has its good points. I'm not knocking it. But I look back during my parents' day when the telephone was invented, and there was the party line, and it kind of reminds me of that. Everybody knew everybody else's business, but via the phone. But now we've got this technology. And I'm a Luddite. Like, I'm just amazed that I'm here, because without my son, I don't know where I'd be, because I'm not a techie. It's just not my thing. And I don't think in my book I talk much about work. I mean, they're working as, it's been a long time. I never reread my work after it's published, but
you've got the superintendent of a building, you've got a waitress, you've got, waitress.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, the workplace,
the workplace people.
Yeah, that's the kind of what I get. Sorry, I'm sorry, Cordelia.
The workplace is changing, right? The workplace in the 21st century is changing, and that's something that fiction documents time. Right? What was Dickens writing about? What was going on at the time? So we're just documenting what's going on in the 21st century, so that, for a purpose, right?
Reflecting what we see around us and here.
Yeah,
that's what a writer does.
Yeah.
Now, sorry.
Our job is to wrestle with the essential human questions against the backdrop that we choose. And if we choose to write contemporary writing, you cannot ignore Zuckerberg and Bezos. All the stuff going on, it's right there. And it's our job to talk about it, so the readers read it and go, that's interesting. Yeah, maybe I should think again about whatever.
Sure. Well, we have a lot to say.
So, not all of us questions. We don't have answers. We just ask questions, right? We write what we see.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
we're not.
But that's the thing, and when you do that, you force the listener, the reader, to come in and ask those questions as well. So that gets back to what I was sort of getting at earlier about the idea of us being responsible for each other, by bringing us into these tight-knit communities, and we come into them as readers, and we get to know these people as readers, and we're introduced to all of these issues that we might not have first-hand experience about. What does that do to, are you trying to, is that the role of a writer, to make us responsible for each other?
Certainly there's that element. My goal always, above all, is to entertain. So, so I'm not delivering a message, but I think human beings are amazing. And I think that we lose sight of the dimension of humanity through what we're fed at Netflix, whatever, right? Like there isn't a lot of dimension. So with a novel, you can deep dive, really go right down and explore what motivates people. And what you're hoping is that the reader will relate, obviously. When you're pulled into a novel, you are in the novel. You're right there beside the writer, watching what's going on and hoping, rooting for the central character, sometimes or not, understanding what's motivating people and going, oh my God, I totally get that, because that's what I would do in that situation. So even reading fiction, which I believe flies right into the flame of truth. I mean, fiction is more truthful than memoir, in my opinion. Like fiction, you can really lay it out. And so what you're saying to the reader is, come on, visit this world, live vicariously, see what it's like. You identify with Stevie and her vet PTSD suffering son and the crazy workers and the young. There's so many young people in the restaurant, waiters who have PhD. I mean, that's going on now, right? So overeducated people working at menial jobs. That's something we're going to be seeing more of. So you're constantly trying to. I tell my students, you're trying to pull the reader in, hook them essentially with the protagonist, so they care about what happens to the protagonist, and then from there you can start expanding, because I write many characters. I love writing characters. But my start with the base and get the reader very much involved emotionally with what's the stake for the protagonist. Sure. I introduce all these other characters, and with each character, I am trying to say to the reader, have a look at this. You've met someone like this, I bet. What do you think of it? And help them to understand why they behave they do. Don't we read also? We read to feel less alone, but we also to identify, but we read also to have confirmation of our doubts and our anxieties. Something we all have in common, which we keep pretending we don't, is insecurity. Us three were insecure. Everybody, Donald Trump, insecure.
there's a whole different level of insecurity.
Yeah, I wish in our culture we could just say, you know what, guys, we're all insecure, chill. Like we don't have to pretend, take the masks off, we're all a mess. And then, wow, how much better we would be. But we have to, I'm great, how are you? I'm fine, fabulous. Oh, things are so good. Yeah, really positive. Think positively. Like that drives.
There's a couple of comments here coming up in the chat. One woman, Carolyn, says, it's a scary observation you made earlier that happy women are silent. It's truthful, but scary, and it's hiding things, as you say, Cordelia. There's a question as well. Someone, Anita, is asking, reading both of these novels, she says, I was interested in the character's path to self-love and forgiveness. So what are some of the self-care practices you use while writing novels on such heavy topics? Dolly, do you want to start with you?
Sure. For me, it's a real struggle because I write tragedies, and I go right into it, and I'm, it's just me and the black room and the screen, and how I get out of it is I paint, and when I paint, it's a distraction, and I enter the canvas, and that's just another happy place for me. So my writing and my painting and my grandson, they're none in that order, are my happy places, and that's how I, adjust to being a normal person, even though I hate everybody. No, I'm only kidding.
We don't hate our characters, right? So I don't get sad when I'm writing, even in a very difficult situation, because I just love my characters so much. So
Yes.
to me, they're my buddies. I mean, my family thinks I'm strange because I actually talk to my characters. They're here all the time. So by having my characters, to answer that question, Anita, if you have characters that find a way to navigate these crazy waters of the 21st century moderately successfully, and it's incremental, right? I mean, we have a good day, we go, wow, okay, I got this, and then the next day, we're right thrown off our game again. And that's very true of writing. So some days you're sitting there with the computer and you're going, I can't write. Like, I literally don't know how to be a writer. I have to tell this to my students all the time. I don't know how to write novels. I mean, I teach master classes, but I start out saying I don't know how to write novels because I don't really, it's incremental, and it's getting to know the characters and adding, all you have to allow the unconscious mind to get in there, because if it's all cerebral, then it's going to be dull, right? So it's those little surprises that your characters come up with that keep you writing and keeping you loving them, because I do have a lot of humor in my book.
Yeah.
I don't. So for me, writing is an escape from the book.
Yeah.
Reading and writing takes me out of my current existence and enables me to live the lives of others without actually having to have been raped or having gone to Afghanistan and served for 60 years. I do all the research. I do massive research on it, but I haven't actually lived anything that my characters live. People often think I have. They say, did that happen to you? No.
Yeah.
I'm
the same way. I get the same thing. Is that you there? No, I'm a bit of a
now. Like, how I'd be dead if I were all my characters. I couldn't,
Yeah. I think if you've lived, you will always write, and you'll never get writer's block or anything. I'm older than you are, and that's how I've come to terms with the writing. I just always wrote, and I didn't care if anybody liked it or not. I just wrote because I had a lot to say, and obviously I still have a lot to say. So that is a writer. I don't go for outlines or any of that shit. I just write. And
that's what I was going to ask. Are either of you plotters, or there's so much in here? I mean, it's freewheeling. Do you get there by being freewheeling?
I think in my case, I thematically know what I want to do with a novel. I mean, with Misconduct of the Heart, I wanted to look at love, which is such a general and overused love, romantic love, love of peers, love of coworkers, etc. But I knew that I wanted to essentially compare the trauma, because I was trying to make PTSD in the veterans world relatable to other kinds of trauma, so that perhaps veterans feel less alone, because other people have had similar, equally traumatic things happen to them, and the trouble with vet PTSD is the isolation. They just feel so alone, and that no one can understand them. So this is what this son believes of his mother, that she can't possibly understand his suffering. And of course she can't. Not really. She wasn't there. He dealt with human remains. He wasn't out there pulling triggers. He was there dealing with dead bodies, mutilated bodies. So I knew that I wanted to draw a picture of the parallels between these two kinds of trauma. But how I was going to get there in the novel, no, I don't. It really has to evolve.
Dolly?
Well, when I write a novel, I usually have a character in mind and a setting. And then once I have to know, well, what do you want to say? What do you want to say in this novel? And once I know what I want to say, I have my ending. And once I have my ending, then I know where to start. And then I just swim through. I just, I understand people who do outlines. That's great if it works for you. But for me, it's so dry. I'd rather just, it's the creative process, all this regular. Pardon?
It's the fun of it that you don't know.
Absolutely, yeah, and you're there, and you're part of them, and it's not you, but you can feel what they're feeling, and that's the creative process. Doing an outline is when you're an engineer and you're building a building. I think, that's just me. But I certainly understand how it works for other people, especially in other genres. Like I write literary, which I never knew that's what I wrote. And I never took I don't have a degree or anything. I dropped out after a year of Bachelor of Fine Arts. Oh, what is this? Mordecai Richler, I think, said, you can't teach somebody to write, you just write. And then, of course, he had to take he got his degree because I think they wanted him to be resident writer, or, if you want to teach, then yeah, I get it. But, if it's in you, like I wouldn't care if I never got published again. And I really thought this book, The Complex Arms, because of the subject matter, nobody would publish it. And it took 13 rejections, and you just don't give up. But because for me, it's like the fun of it. And this is what I created. And even though you're editing and it always needs new, fresher eyes than your own, it's just ingrained in you, I think. I couldn't go a day unless I'm sick without writing or painting. If I'm not writing, then I'm painting, and that's the creative process too. And I'm able to transfer myself into what I'm doing, and it's such a good feeling. Then when you finish, you think, well, I've created something that wasn't here before. And if it entertains people, as you say, entertaining, you right to entertain, to let other people.
Yeah, oops. I think we've lost you. At any rate, we've come to the end of our time this afternoon. So I'm gonna. Oh, there we are. It was a clean ending and wrap up to our discussion. I'd like to thank you both for being part of the discussion today. I've got a quick general announcement. This being Word on the Street, usually we're going home with bags of books. And we can still do that virtually. We'll get them sent to us instead. You can shop today's book list with Another Story Bookstore. They're live on the WOTS Toronto Digital Marketplace, which you can access through the website or at the link that's been dropped in to the YouTube live comment scroll below. I've got one last comment from Anubameta here, who says, happiness is never absolute. Happy women are not silent. Their messages may filter differently, but they're not silent. I'm willing to concede that their audiences and spaces are different. So that's a wonderful addition to the conversation that we can hopefully keep going outside.
Yeah. It's a great summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Bye, Dolly.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Cordelia, Dolly, and Deb, for this great discussion. We're going to be coming back in about 15 minutes, and we will have Kelli Korducki's discussion with Michelle Parise. We'll see you then. Hi, welcome back to the Word on the Street Books and Discovery stream for Saturday. Our next event is titled Love Yourself and features Kelli Maria Korducki in conversation with Michelle Parise, author of the book turned podcast turned book, Alone, a Love Story, about romantic partnerships, breaking social contracts, and learning to love yourself after romantic tragedy strikes. I'm going to introduce our host for this discussion, Kelli Maria Korducki. Hi, Kelli.
Hello.
Kelli is a journalist and cultural critic. Her byline has appeared frequently in the Globe and Mail and National Post, as well as in the New Inquiry, NPR, The Walrus, Vice, and The Hairpin. A former editor-in-chief of the popular daily news blog Torontoist, Kelli is based in Brooklyn and Toronto. How are you doing today?
Just dandy.
Great.
Good to be here.
I'll hand it over to you now to introduce Michelle.
Sounds good. So I'm very excited to be interviewing Michelle Parise. She is an award-winning journalist, a writer, and performer, and she has worked for the CBC for more than 2 decades in everything from children's television to music programming and documentary making, as well as at the helm of many national radio programs. The daughter of Italian immigrants, Michelle lives in Toronto. Michelle, it's so nice to be here with you.
Hi. Very nice to be here too.
Congratulations.
Here.
Yeah. These times.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't we get started with you reading a passage from Alone, a Love Story?
Oh, okay.
Or
do you have a passage you want me to read?
How about the very opening?
Okay. Sure.
Cool.
Right, here it is. It's called Loss. So here I am on the edge of 39, petulant, drunk, and obsessed with a charming but frustrating man in a white shirt and perfect jeans. I'm taking my 1 millionth fancy cocktail and stumbling down a hallway to go see a tarot card reader. My friends all rolled their eyes, but I like the idea of someone telling me who I am and what my path is based on randomly turned up cards, because seriously, fucked if I know these days. The man with the white shirt is mingling so excellently and effortlessly with my friends. His smile and those dark eyes and that body and those jeans. God, it hurts to look at him too long. He's so handsome, I can hardly stand it sometimes. And whenever he's around, everything softens in me. Usually. Tonight, I'm all edges. I'm being a bit rude to him even. I'll tell you why later. Stick with me. Right now, I'm stumbling down the hallway to see the tarot card reader. She's like 25 max and drinking a gigantic glass of red wine. She locks the door and it's quiet and all fortune-tellery in this closet we're in. I'm drinking my strong, fancy French cocktail as she shuffles the cards and thinking about how this is going to be such bullshit. But it's my birthday, so fun. And then she turns over the first card. Loss. It says loss. More cards come and it's like they're shouting at me. Fear, futility. What the fuck? They may as well say, your husband cheated on you and now you think no one can love you. You used to know exactly who you were, she says. You were stable, confident, but now you have a veil of uncertainty over you. That's because you're being tested to help you figure out how you say yes to things and how you say no. Whoa, how I say yes to things, how I say no, not if, how. It's as if she's telling me I have choices, some control over my life. I know that probably seems obvious to you, but right now, in this year, in this bar, this is news. This bullshit card reading has suddenly become really fucking real. I return to my friends and try to be cheerful. White shirt is there to greet me, all gorgeous and sweet. He's searching my eyes for a sign, but I just say, it was fun. She said freaky things. Inside, I think, fuck, why can't this real thing he says he feels for me be real enough? I wake up the next morning in his bed, my head bashed in by booze I don't even know the name of, my veins filled with lead instead of blood. Hungover, massively. It's my 39th birthday. I look at White Shirt as he lies sleeping, and I already feel far away. How did I get here? I used to be married, for God's sake. What happened to my life? To love. I wonder this all the time now. That's the first little vignette of the book. I'm going to close the window because it's loud outside. Okay.
Well, thank you for reading that. I thought that the opening would be just a good place to start, to set things up for talking more about Alone, a love story. So your story is about love and betrayal and learning how to define yourself outside of a relationship. I'm wondering what made you decide to tell this very personal and occasionally quite sad and dark story to the world?
I don't know. I just was writing it. Like I wrote it as it was happening, most of it. I just kind of always write in short story format anyhow. Sometimes nonfiction, sometimes fiction, sometimes a blend of both. And so this book came out in pretty much the same way. And when I had about 10,000 words or so, I was like, I think this is something, you know what I mean? Like, cause I edit other people's writing every day of my life at work. And so I still had the editor brain that was like, I think this is something. And, anyone I sent it to, just the feedback was so positive in the sense that like, it made me realize basically I'm a good fucking writer, and I have a way of articulating these emotions in a really authentic and raw way that maybe other people can articulate. And for that reason alone, I guess I really felt compelled to get it out there, even if, you know, I don't always come off so great in it. And I think that confuses people too. Like they think that's me now, even because I write in an active voice. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I just think that was why, basically. I felt compelled to write it. So like other people who can't articulate things as well or in the same way could have a voice in a way. That sounds pretty lofty, but you know, it's basically the truth.
Yeah, well, you are a good fucking writer, absolutely.
Thank you. That's coming from you. Thanks.
Yeah, and you know, the active voice also does make it feel very, very real and in the moment. And I'm just kind of wondering, this is a writerly question, but
I love that.
Does writing in that active voice kind of transform your relationship to the timeline? Like, did it make the events feel more immediate? And does it make the events feel more immediate now, like in retrospect when you're reading it?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that that active voice and staying present to the voice of when I wrote it, and not changing some of the really cringy, embarrassing things that I don't feel at all anymore, because I wanted to stay true to who I was at the time. Like, I think that's really important for the authenticity of the story. Not that anyone cares about the fact-checking the details of my life, like who cares about my life, but more the reason why I think people connect so strongly with it, whether or not they've gone through the same things, like the same specific story, is that like there's an authenticity to the nakedness of the emotion. And if it wasn't kept in that active voice or in that immediacy, like I think that's part of the magic of it in a way. I don't know. I I never studied anything like writing or whatever. So I don't know what if there's like a thing I'm doing. I have no idea. I don't know if there's like a technique, but basically it's my sort of like, it might be from my radio journalism background. That active voice is just naturally how because I've been writing that way for 24 years. Active voice and short sentences and and very conversational, right? That's why it has such a clear voice. Basically, people are like, this sounds exactly like you. If you read it, if you hear me on the podcast, the way I speak, I mean, it's a little bit nicer. But did that answer your question?
It does, because it really is a very conversational experience. And I think that you're right, that it feels as though you're hearing a story from somebody that's talking to you in the same room, across the table with a glass of wine.
Great.
So that kind of, for anybody who's watching who isn't familiar, this book was actually produced as a podcast it ran for 3 seasons. So a beloved CBC podcast that ran for many episodes, and received a lot of attention and acclaim. But the podcast itself was originally the book, right? Yeah. And then, but the book wasn't published until this year. Can you just give a quick rundown of like the chronology of when everything happened?
I started writing it the beginning of 2013, like in the moment, and then by 2015, I had a book deal, and then there were some things about the book deal that weren't quite right, and I decided not to take the book deal in the end. And then I was just sitting on this manuscript that I knew was good and in its own way important or whatever, and I really felt compelled to get it out there. And then I was like, oh wait, I'm a radio producer. So then I pitched it to CBC Podcast. I still had to pitch it as a like movie for your ears. I wanted to make the book into a movie, the unpublished book into a movie, but as a podcast. I don't care about what the order of things that you're supposed to do or like how things work. I just was like, this is what I want to do. And so I pitched them. They took 1 season, so 10 episodes. And that was basically I adapted along with Veronica Simmons, the first part of the book, basically. And then every season I had to pitch it again, even though it was a huge hit. And so I did 28 episodes. Roughly the 3 parts of the book were the 3 seasons, except it's in a totally different order because like it's different audio storytelling. And also we never knew if we were going to have another season. So it had to make sense in its own. It's very glamorous. Yeah. You don't make any money and you don't know whether you're going to get picked up again. That's podcasting.
Yeah. The glamorous life.
Oh yeah.
The reason I wanted to make sure that we clarified that chronology is because it seems like it's important for people who may not know to realize that there's some distance between you and the events of the story. I keep on referring to it as the story, but the story of, it is a story. The story of the disillusion of your marriage and the kind of process of learning to be with yourself and out there in the world and not defined by a relationship, which is, I think, something that so many women experience at some point in our lives. So I guess from there, I would love to ask you whether your relationship to the story has changed since you first wrote it and told it.
Definitely. I mean, as I said a bit earlier, like there was so many things, even 3 years ago when I was recording the podcast, where I was like, this is so embarrassing. I cannot believe I'm going to say these things out loud. Like, I absolutely do not feel this way anymore. But that is how I felt in the moment. And I feel like that's really important. Or there are things where I'm just so whiny or so like navel gazing, or like there's not a lot of like analysis or whatever or progression yet. And you know, when you read when I read bad reviews or whatever, any of the complaints are basically like, she's a great writer, but like she needs to go to a psychologist. And it's like, yeah, okay, like this is not a self-help book. I don't know why people think that maybe that's what it's supposed to be. I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do. It's not going to be all tied up with a nice bow at the end. Like, I'm not Julia Roberts and Eat, Pray, Love. It's just life, and life is stupid and bumpy and embarrassing and full of mistakes, right? So, like, why wouldn't I write the mistakes? Who would care, first of all, about my life if it was like, and you know, who cares about my life anyway? But the reason people do care is because it reminds them of themselves, because they themselves are flawed, right? Like, we're fallible. Human beings are fallible, men, women, everybody, right? And people fall in love, and people want to leave partnerships, whether they're still in love with the person or not. Like, that's okay. Like, these are things that, well, you wrote a whole book about that. That's life, right? And we grieve, and we grieve in weird, different ways. Everybody's different. That's what it's about. Yeah, that's why I wanted to do it. But for sure, you know, don't worry, everyone. I go to a psychologist. Like, I've worked some of the stuff out.
Oh, I love that. The concern trolling, excellent. So here's a question that somebody's asked in the chat room. It's so interesting how genre, media, and form shape writing. Would the book have been different without the podcast? That's a good question.
The book have been different without the podcast. I don't think so. They're kind of like, they're so intertwined now for me. And also the other third medium is me, right? Like, to me, they're all just vehicles, right? Like, the story is the story. I chose to write it in a book. I chose to adapt it into a podcast. It's still me. I'm performing the podcast, doing all the different voices I had to do, like drunk Michelle, inside voice, whatever, like all these different, my ex-husband's voice, all these different things. But in the end, it's still me, and the voice, the writing voice is my voice. So I don't think that they would be different, to boringly answer your question, person on the chat.
I think it's a good question, especially given the unique process of your book coming to life. Getting more into the themes within the book themselves, you know, one thing that is kind of I think the central premise or the central theme within your story is that you had to find a way to break free from doing the things that you sort of thought you needed to do as a person who, as a woman in the world and somebody who loved being in love and in relationships, and didn't even necessarily realize at the time that you felt compelled to do them for reasons other than yourself, like the church wedding, buying a house, you know, all these things that you describe as sort of going along with because it was what was expected. Tell me a little bit more about just that, navigating that as a central theme.
Yeah, I think it's important because, you know, now I'm 45, right? Or I'm almost like 46. And when I got married, I was 27. And I don't know, like, I feel like I was still in a stage then that, although I was very independent, I had lived on my own since I was 19 and like, the thing is, there was still this how life goes thing that is like, maybe it's partly cultural or family and also my ex-husband was also in this kind of like, here's the order that we do things. We had other relationships. We found each other. This is the one. We get married. We buy a condo. We get pregnant. We buy a house. He has an affair. We have a divorce. That's how it goes, I guess, right? Like that was the order of things. But along the way, there were many times where the two of us realized like, oh, we both like hated having that house. And like, I missed living downtown so much, and I never really wanted to have a baby. I love my child, but like, I really didn't want to. And I talk a lot about that in the book. Yeah, I just sort of went along. And then somewhere around like 43, so just like in the past couple of years, I'm like, I'm super done with doing all the things I'm supposed to do. I don't know. I'm over it. Early menopause just like super changed my brain. Where I'm just like, oh, I'm only actually going to do things the way I want to. Not that I'm beyond compromising, but I forgot your question now. Sorry.
I think just, doing things because you think they're supposed to be done in that way for gendered reasons and just cultural, social.
And it's not unromantic. It's not that we weren't in love. It's not that we didn't want to get married. It's not because he had an affair 12 years later that he never meant it, when we got married. Like, of course he did, right? Like there was like, this is how human beings are. We change over time, right? It doesn't hurt any less, right? So that was basically the point. I think if anyone reads the book, you could see that it's actually not very judgmental at all. Maybe not at all, but it's not too judgmental. Like my point is not to like martyr myself as this victim of the unholy infidelity, whatever. You know what I mean? Like that wasn't the point. I hope nobody got that out of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But once I did get married, I wanted to be married. I took it very seriously. And I just would have rather, I understand that people don't want to be married anymore. Like, that's cool. Like, let's just break up without having an affair and like years of lies. I prefer without that part.
Yeah. Ideal. I can understand that. We have another question from the crowd. And that is, how do you remember your past? How important is the accuracy of your life events to you and the story?
I love this question. Okay, it's really important to me because I'm a journalist, so I cannot write, not even this memoir, this like book about myself where I could basically say anything, but it was so important for me to fact check. I had to fact check all kinds of things. And I think that's really important, even when it's a true story. And so I don't really remember the past, like none of us do. I mean, and there's millions of studies and a great Nature of Things documentary about how we all actually don't remember anything, apparently, correctly. I write everything down as it happens, or not everything, but many things. So almost everything in the book was already written down somewhere. And so when I went to write the book, I already had it, I've got calendars, I've got notebooks. I would just write things on backs of envelopes and receipts and stuff like that. And TTC, one whole story in the book is written on the back of 6 TTC transfers and like stuff like that.
That's amazing.
Transfers, member transfers. And that's how long I was writing this book. And so for me, the accuracy is important. In so far as I can do it. And the other answer to that question would be, that is why I don't try to guess at what any of the other characters are thinking or feeling. So you'll see that in the book, there's never a attempt to understand, my ex-husband's very complicated set of reasons and emotions and his own pathologies or whatever. Like that's his story to tell, not mine. And so I take that very seriously also in terms of accuracy. If that makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense. How what was the process of fact checking your own history?
I would just write things or have something in my head, and then certain things I would realize, like, maybe I need to go back and look at the full thing I originally had written, or just to see if there are any, or was that really, and like, people would think it's not important, like, who cares if it was September 21st or whatever it was. And but then when I would go back, I would find things that maybe I wouldn't have remembered. And like one of them that's in the book and in the podcast is this like beautiful scene of a flight. Like, we're having this like huge argument just on the precipice of me finding out about the affair, which I call the bomb. And we have this fight in the kitchen, and I had written the thing, but then when I went back to my notes, it was like parsley, like he had flipped, the cutting board that was full of chopped parsley, and the parsley had gone all in the air and fallen all down. And then I ended up writing that into the story, but I didn't remember the parsley. And then it was beautiful, like this, like, whatever, I can't even remember what the line is, but like, whatever, snowflakes, like these green snowflakes are falling all over all of us and the babies on the floor, like, with parsley falling like snowflakes in the kitchen. And if I didn't fact check whatever else I was fact checking, I wouldn't have found that little detail. So I do think details like that can really add to it, and they're authentic. I didn't have to make up the parsley snowflakes. It really was. But I certainly didn't remember that. Like, I had no memory of it.
Yeah, and that's a memorable moment for sure. Cinematic, tragic.
Cinematic. Yeah.
Irby. So I'm also just wondering we probably don't have time for too many more questions, but what you've told this story a lot. Like, a lot of people have heard it and read it by this point. And what, if anything, stands out as a takeaway or detail that audiences have really latched onto?
I feel like because whether or not people have had this specific, experience of infidelity, for example, that everyone has still experienced loss and grief and disappointment, or feeling betrayed by someone they trusted the most, or et cetera, et cetera. And so there's a lot of, I've gotten not millions, but like hundreds of messages and letters, physical letters from all over the world, where people are like, that reminded me of the time, and then they explain some totally different thing. And that just makes me so happy in a weird way, like happy that I'm able to like connect with people, even though the specific isn't the same. One thing I noticed is that like a lot of men have said, like, they've all pointed out the very similar scene. They're like, that scene where the husband is watching TV and you're standing in the doorway trying to get him to come to bed and he just ignores you. Like, oh my God. Like, so many different men have either written to me about that or said that to me in person. And like, I feel like they caught a glimpse of themselves maybe. And it seems to say that it made them realize, like, and turn to their partners more because of that particular, which is like 2 lines in a whole big long thing, right? So for whatever reason, they found themselves there, which is, I think, what happens. People keep finding themselves in this book, like in different places. I mean, we have no time, right? But like, there's like all the stuff about motherhood and that whole thing. It's not just about infidelity and then all the dating stuff. Oh my God. You and I could talk about that forever, I think.
We sure could. Yeah, there's a lot going on. Absolutely. One really, really quick final question before we get kicked off. How has your relationship to love changed?
Good question. I think that it's very evident in the book, and to anyone who knows me, that I'm the saddest optimist, as I call myself. Like I always very much clung to hope and love. I love being in love, but I also don't need it, of course, but I do love it. And I think I just over time definitely got comfortable with myself. I didn't need to numb myself with alcohol or one night stands or all that. That was a very specific and very short, it was like a year and a half. So that hasn't persisted. Like that was just a really specific way that I dealt with grief. And yeah, because I felt like I was made a fool of by love, kind of like I did everything I was supposed to do, and I still got, knocked over. So I think, and then I went, for like all those many years, like chasing after half love or partial or not the kind of love that I needed anyway. So once you are okay with yourself, here's the eat, pray, love ending. Once I was like, I'm fine alone. It's cool. And then I did fall in love. So again, so now I have a partner and we're going to get married.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
And on that happy note, thank you so much, Michelle. It's been just a wonderful pleasure and a treat to speak with you and read your story.
Thanks so much.
Thanks so much, Kelli and Michelle. You can purchase Alone, a Love Story through Another Story bookshop, either in the WOTS digital marketplace or at anotherstory.ca. And before I introduce our next discussion, I'm going to bring on Lena Suksi for a special 5-minute poetry reading. Lena, I'm going to read your bio in just a sec. Now that you're on screen.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, how are you?
I'm great. Lena has lived in Toronto for a decade. Their writing has mostly appeared in texts accompanying exhibitions or read at galleries, including at the Art Gallery of Ontario, Cooper Cole, Georgia Sherman Projects, Susan Hobbs, Towards the Table in Calaboose. They presented at Dord, Images Festival, and Blackwood Gallery. And I'll read a little bit about your book after you're done your reading, but at the moment, I will hand it over to you.
Thank you so much. So this is from my book of physical copies of which exist today, The Nerves. Russ. Russ and I make sounds together like pet bird, cicada, fat in jeans, like radiators turning on and off, thawing branches, cell phone store, off-key lullaby, fat and pan, generator, YouTube comedians, summer rapper, like well-fed stomach, singing toy, movie witch, pouring tea, mic feedback, snow tires, walking dog, digressions, like farts, film nerds, angry stranger, techno bros, cracking bulb, eaten plum, pastry rising, set down plate, like fallen dancer, stabbing grapefruit, looming crane, licked joints, mother calling, marble carving, beach day, monk chant, fever rising, mob, hope-mobile, stamping grass, draining juice box, parliament, upstairs heels, rodeo stadium, teacher exhaling, roasting tomatoes, burning warehouse, big old barn, like straitjacket buckles, stethoscope, shedding snake, squeegee kid, dish glove, janitorial keyring, basic keyring, loose change, good news, tree repair, like hot glue, pallet scrape, then Halloween party, car thieves, rusty railings, blow pops, sprinkler, first smoke, falling blanket, learning trumpet, cupboard door, seesaw, hammer, pestle, jackknife, leather, cake, pain, good pain, prayer, 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 and rolling in leaves, flock, piano, step in shit, oily herb, mud, plastic, toddler camp, beloveds, hairbrushing, greenhouse, zipping up your coat, and snoring. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Nerves subverts the literary approach to sexuality by treating the erotic not as a site of anxiety, but of reverie. Set in an imaginary world where our sense memories tell us who we are, Lena Suksi's literary debut is psychedelic, attentive, cinematic, and hot, writing towards sensitivity and ecstasy, exploring touch as healing abandon. The Nerves is charged with desire, devotion, and creative fantasy. Through a series of joyful encounters, Lena Suksi reminds us that pleasure can be abundant, nuanced, and that it can heal. Engaging in a queer erotics of language, Suksi's debut is a bundle of wet atmospheres, speaking to faith in touch. Lena, where's your book available? Who's the publisher?
The publisher is Metatron Press. So you can get it on their website right now, and it will be in stores in a few weeks. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And next, I'm going to introduce Terese Mason-Pierre for our conversation with Marlowe Granados. Hi, Terese. Welcome back.
Hi. Thank you.
It's been a few hours. We're still going strong here.
Yeah, I had a little nap.
Excellent, excellent. Terese is a writer, editor, and organizer whose work has been published in Strange Horizons, The Thames Review, Cosmonauts Avenue, and elsewhere online and in print. She is the poetry editor of Augur magazine and volunteers with Shabbos Share reading series. Terese lives and works in Toronto. I'll hand it over to you now.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us for this panel today. I'm going to now introduce our guest. Marlowe Granados is a writer and filmmaker. She hosts The Mean Reds, a podcast dedicated to women-led films, and her advice column, Designs for Living, appears in The Baffler. After spending time in New York and London, Granados currently resides in Toronto. Happy Hour is her debut novel. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi. This is nice to see you. Nice to meet you. I noticed that this is very strange, but I noticed that in our in like the script that we got, there's a portion for reading. Are you going to do a short reading?
If you want me to.
You don't have to. Well, it's completely up to you. Like in my last panel, there was also a portion for reading, and there was no reading. So I don't, unless it was Lena's reading, in which case, never mind.
Let's see how it goes.
Okay.
Let's see how it goes.
Whatever you're feeling.
Okay.
So I read your debut book, Happy Hour, and I had a lot of feelings. About it. It's good that our panel is called Modern Youth and talks about pleasure seeking and desire. So what I loved about the novel was the protagonist, Issa, right? The person, whose eyes we sort of like view the world. And in particular, I loved her voice. And from the blurb from the book, because I went on like the website, it seemed like other people also enjoyed her voice as well. And as someone who has not read like books about like I think the website compared sort of your book to My Year of Rest and Relaxation, like that kind of style of narrative. I hadn't read anything like that before, so I thought this is very, very cool, very punchy. And her voice, Issa's voice, was to me sounded very confident, and she would make these statements about the world that seemed like vaguely aphoristic. Like she'd say, "Well, like I have some examples, like beauty is a funny thing. It fools you into thinking you like someone when all you really want is to possess them," or something like, "You should always keep old friends happy because they know more about you than you'd like." And I thought that was quite interesting. So my first question to you is like, what was the process for you in crafting that sort of voice for a character?
It's funny because the voice came first. I've been saying that a lot. Like the voice to me came first. a very specific use of language. Like she has like this really specific register. And I think that the way that she poses statements or questions about the world, there's like a specific phrasing that she always uses. I think that for me, it was more about like at the very start, I feel like it must be like similar to crafting poems in that way, where it's like you kind of have like a certain rhythm of the way that you're kind of crafting these like phrases, and she's kind of singular in that way, I think. And it feels very like I was reading a lot of like modernist texts, like, and I felt like it was more closely aligned to that use of language than I would say like maybe now, like with certain contemporary styles. Also because it's like very stylistic and very, I would say like rich with like different uses of language, and she kind of like uses like turns of phrase all the time, and she kind of has like there's like double meanings all the time. When there's a part where, you know, Gail is like, I never know when you say business, you mean business. And it's like,
Yeah.
like, what are you talking about? And there's this kind of like secret layer between the girls, the two the friends, like Issa and Gala, that they kind of use language, and I feel like the way that they use language is like flexible. So I think just crafting it and I would always read out loud like like what I was writing, and if it had that kind of rhythm, it made more sense. And there was always like a way for me to kind of understand if there was something that felt off. There was definitely like a type of Issa sentence or the way that she would phrase things that I feel like after a while, after I was really accustomed to writing her character, I was like, she would say this and she wouldn't phrase it like this. And that kind of helped me also during the different phases of editing too.
Yeah, I really appreciated the dialogue. It reminds me of like when I would take like creative writing classes, and they'd be like, when you write dialogue, you always have like what's said, and you also have like what's not said. And you got to convey both of those things. So I thought like the dialogue was something I really loved. And I did catch on to the parts where there would be times when you like reading the text, you capitalize certain words.
Mm-hmm.
Like business, or because my friends talk like that when they write in text. I'm like, oh, you mean something very specific when you say this, right? And I just love to see that in a novel, because I hadn't seen that in a novel before. I was like, I know exactly what you mean, and like that was pretty cool. But like, okay, so as I was reading the novel, like there were the moments when like Issa or Gala would make these like intriguing statements about like the way the world worked, you know, and I kept thinking, you're both 21. Like there's a lot of like, and not to say that 21-year-olds don't know things. I'm 25, but like there's so much more. There's so much more time. There's so much more like space to sort of move and grow. And so when this kind of confidence, whether it's like enthusiastic or jaded, like shows up in like younger people, or like at least our conceptions of younger people, or what millennials are supposed to be like in your experience, is this kind of confidence like a hypothetical, or is it kind of like conclusive?
I think in the case of like these girls, I think they have a specific type of moving through the world that they kind of feel like this confidence and kind of like know-it-all attitude like helps them navigate things that they maybe don't have the exact answers for. So like I think for them, they like to make sweeping statements in order for them to kind of feel like they have some sort of control and can navigate the world in a way that they can kind of digest. And it also helps them, I think, map out their world in a way that feels like that things are possible, and like that there is no, I guess it's like the idea that like possibility versus impossibility. Like they're the way that they kind of storm into a room. It feels more like they'll deal with the consequences after. I feel like if they kind of feel like they can accurately assess something, and they just like are making like maybe they are like doing a snap judgment. For them, it helps them construct their world in a way that feels palatable. And especially I think that's really important when you're young and you don't really have like that family network. where the, you know, your family gives you structure,
Mhm.
but these girls are like relying on each other for like deciding things, like what are the rules, how do we behave, like how do we like move through this social circle to this social circle, and how do we fit in, or how do we stand out. And it's I think like it's also like them saying these, it's also this kind of like youthful cockiness where it's like they're just like, ugh, like that's happened to me like twice before, I just know already. And like I think that is just true of young people anyways. Like sometimes you're just like, oh, I've been to that club already like so many times, and you're just like, you've probably been out like maybe like 20 times in your whole life. Like, what do you mean? Are you like over to you? And I think that like also when you're young, you don't really see that. You don't feel like things are like you're in the midst of this like growth process. Like it doesn't feel like, you know, you can see how like when you're like 28 or something, like how different you'll be. It's just like I'm just like taking it as it comes, and it always feels like the worst thing to happen ever. Like, oh, I had the worst day ever. It's gonna ruin dating for me. I'm over it completely. So I think it's also this like hyperbolic like way of like framing like your life and exciting things that happen, or like dramatic circumstances. I think that also makes them like kind of endearing, because you're just like, you guys don't even know yet.
I feel like I can't even cast judgment. Like I'm not even that much older than your characters. I'm like, well, my 4 years of life have given me they've given me nothing. They've given me nothing. So, but I was like, I did admire their resourcefulness, and the like I found it all very valid, and I was living through it like very vicariously, and as I was reading the book. But I also thought about like desire and pleasure seeking, because on one sense it's surface pursuit of individual pleasure. You know, they go to a lot of parties, they meet all sorts of artists, and they're moving in and out of different like realms and power dynamics and social dynamics, and they pick up odd jobs in order to like supplement this lifestyle and pay their rent. So like every time they talked about rent, I was like, oh, are you gonna make the rent? And there was like, and Issa kept mentioning there's a sense of like, you know, maybe they were illegal, they could get deported, this person could be a cop, like they had to work for cash. So there was this like added level of urgency that really heightened like the level of excitement that I felt as a reader, but also like the fervor in which like the characters went about their business. But like later, I also feel like you see the ways in which like their desires and their pleasures sort of deepen to becoming like a kind of yearning almost. I don't know if that's the right word. And this shows up for me in like the presence of Issa's diary. Like she has a diary that she writes in, and like I see it as like it's sort of symbolizing like the search for a kind of permanence, or like a lesson, right? Like something you can look back on when you're like later in your life, or like wanting to fit like that 2013 New York summer, which is when the book takes place, into a grander narrative that, like, you know, when you're older, like in your 40s, you can look back on it, which is something I identified with. My mother would always tell me to keep a diary for that specific reason, like when you're older. But I was like, I don't have time to write. I'm just busy living, you know. So, so I don't have a diary, and I should have gotten one. But in your experience, like, what are the ways or the forms, either in like literature or culture, that like the more central feelings or the underlying feelings of like longing manifest in other forms of like pleasure seeking narratives, like, or like maybe you might think that there isn't always an underlying longing, they can just be pleasure for its own sake.
I mean, I think it's definitely a combination of both. Like at least in the novel, I think there's this the pursuit that they have, like, I think that, like, yes, like a lot of times that they're pursuing pleasure and fun, and they just want to like live in the moment, and that's like really an exciting part of their journey. But I also think that there's like the yearning and pursuit for that the sake of doing that and wanting to like yearn for something. And I think that that's also like kind of how they see like their relationships with like men that they like are going on dates with, that they wish a lot of the time that they could yearn for this person, or like that they're always kind of like, I could see how someone could be in love with this person, or I could see like why someone would find this person endearing. Like and it's kind of this yearning for no, I wouldn't say like meaning, but like it's the kind of this like emotional adventure where they're like, I want to like, test the waters all the time. I want to like see how this feels, and it's part of you know. And when they get upset and they get sad, it's kind of part of the whole adventure of like finding these situations and being I guess like alive, and like what is the point of being young in like a city if you can't like, you know, live in a certain like extreme way. And these girls kind of do that, and it's kind of like they have these highs and lows. They get like anxious about money. They are like, okay, but maybe, and it's this like sense of desperation that also makes it feel very yeah, and as you said, like urgent. And I think that that's like it's funny because like before, when we were trying to sell the novel, everyone was like, there's no, like these editors like years ago were like, oh, there's no real plot. And I was like, every day is plot. Every day is plot. So I mean, I think ultimately, like for them, they want to find some sort of value that isn't necessarily like what they are chasing, like what other people are chasing around them. Like a lot of other people want like to be established, to gain prominence, to, you know, like feel important in a certain way. But these girls are kind of like, they want to remember themselves, and that's kind of like how the diary comes into play. They want to remember themselves as they've told their stories. Like they want to like cement their like kind of their power in the way that the narrative is solidified in a diary. And I think that's like important for, I think like young women anyways, is that they want to be like, everyone always like talks about young women like when they're not young women. And these girls are like, no, but I just want to like say these things for myself, and like I want to be able to, you know, feel like I'm like also like a grown person. I'm like growing, but I also am like valid as like a adult and in the world that has like all these different desires and pursuits. And yeah, so I think that ultimately, like, I know everyone's like always like, oh, like they're kind of, they are chasing fun, but they're also kind of wanting to cement their own identities. You know, maybe, you know, doesn't really necessarily take them very seriously.
Something you brought up that was like really interesting. The idea that other people around them are chasing different goals or different sort of modes of establishment. It kind of leads into my next question. There's a point in the book, I think it's earlier in the book, where they go to a party, and then the people ask them like, what do you do? Like, what are your plans? What are you here for? And they're like, nothing. Like, we're not. And they're like, well, and then he says, well, maybe they're acting as if they didn't hear them, but they're like, no, not like nothing. And that took me, like, I was taken aback at that. I was like, oh, I didn't know you could just do nothing. Like I didn't know you could just like live in the moment. So it got me thinking about like these narratives about, you know, young people in, like, especially in their early to mid 20s, about this like apparently supposed to be like a time in your life where you have to like set up your future. Or like you have to know what you want first of all, and then you have to like set like those 10 years or the time where you have to set up like your future, what you want in your 30s and 40s. But also it's the time where you make all the mistakes, and you make all the bad decisions, and you make all the wrong choices. So I was like, well, these seem to be at odds in some sense. So I was just wondering like what your thoughts were about that.
You know, like even in my own personal life, like I never felt that kind of I don't know, like pressure, or like, I don't know, my family was really funny. Like they were just like, just take as long as you need to do whatever you need to do. So I think that when I was also in my early 20s, like, I think that I was also just kind of like going along with kind of my immediate feelings of like what I wanted to do or how I wanted to challenge myself in like that moment. These girls in particular, like their stories, they kind of are running away from their kind of like any like past grief or you know, like their family histories, where they can move forward in a way that they just want to be propelled forward without needing to feel like they are on some sort of like ladder to something. I think that they just want to like, you know, experience life for what it's worth and exploring that, as opposed to, you know, these other, like being around people whose ambitions are like, you know, they're always like, you've got to hustle, you've got to like, you can never, like, you're never not working, this kind of mentality that's so prevalent in New York. I think that, you know, when people come in and they're just like living, and there is this like touch of like, and there's a joke in the novel where it's like, they're like after that meeting that you mentioned, where these girls are, you know, they say that they don't meet, they don't like, or they aren't doing anything. Like there's also that turn where everyone's like, you guys are so refreshing, like how interesting, like wow, like so authentic. And what's funny is that like a lot of the time, you know, when you're in like a city, a lot of those people that are just kind of living day to day, they kind of are like they're kind of like peppered into these scenes, and like I feel like a lot of the time they're made up to be like what makes that scene like authentic, as opposed to like someone who is, you know, like trying to, I don't know, like write for like New York Magazine or something, like, or like actively trying to like be really ambitious. Having that kind of just like adventurous quality about their personality also becomes this kind of currency. And I also think that in New York, what happens is that people always want to like divide you into your value of like what you can do for them. Like, how can you, like, oh, like, that's cool. Like, oh, you know, this person, da, 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 all these different avenues of like currency and value, and like, what can you do for me? Like this kind of transactional thing. These girls, like what they want from people to do for them is literally just like pick up the bill at the end of the night. It's not like a huge, they're not like, I hope that this person can get me in touch with this person, and then all of a sudden I have a job. These girls are literally sitting around, like, sitting down at like a hot dog stand being like, did you know you can make $30,000 working as a receptionist at a marketing agency? Like, what would you even do with that kind of money? Like, they just have no idea. So
like,
yeah,
there's no insidious like strategy or anything like that.
No,
It's just like living.
like,
Yeah.
They're kind of and for me, like that kind of harkens back to this like old world like idea of, you know, when people would just like come across a girl and then would cast her in something, and all of a sudden she's like an actress. Like that kind of story of like by chance, like this all happened to this one person. I feel like that's kind of a very like early 20th century archetype where these girls, you know, you find someone who like someone finds interesting, and then all of a sudden they put them in a movie, or like as these girls what happens to these girls, like one of them gets painted by like a artist, and that's kind of the way that they kind of like come into contact with things only by coincidence. I think that makes it feel a little bit more like spontaneous, and also like for them it just is like an added adventure always.
I like the idea that I don't know if it's you or like the book or the characters are characterizing it as like an adventure, like this like here and now, and like let's see where this will take us. There's often a lot of reiterating like, you know, we'll figure it out, you know, like we can't get, well, don't worry, we'll figure it out, it's gonna be fine. And it makes me think about like how to, like in light of these sorts of these journeys or these actions, it makes me think about how to sort of classify this book. And I thought, well, you know, maybe it's young people, so maybe it's like a coming of age novel. Then I thought, well, not all novels about young people are coming of age novels, or not all novels about young people learning things are coming of age novels. But what I do see is like the building towards an understanding, like in the characters, like they're starting to form like their identities, their own compasses, their own politics, like tweaking their own perspectives, and investing in their wisdom. Like I know in the back of the book it says like how Issa is very wise. She knows these things at 21. But I think there's more. I think she's getting more wisdom in the book as well. Mm-hmm. And I know, and you, when I spoke to you earlier, you mentioned that like in youth there isn't always like the language to describe the forms of imbalances and sort of weird feelings that you might get. And it manifests as some sort of gut feeling or some sort of sense of this is wrong and I don't know why. And I see this in the book as like these characters falling into or relying on certain patterns and then realizing later on that like those patterns or those people or that boundary that you set might not be the best route, and then like learning how to talk about that later or how to just like leave when it's not working for you. So can you talk a little bit more about that kind of like burgeoning sensitivity or like learning, like whatever you want to name it, as it shows up in the novel?
Yeah, I think that ultimately, like, you know, there's this sense that they are they're a little bit like rebellious. They don't love rules. They don't love rules for anything. And like, as you said, like they kind of go to New York, they can't work legally. So they're kind of like going around, like trying to figure out how to like make cash under the table. And I think that whenever they have like instances where like men are like being like extremely rude to them, or they are in a situation where they feel uncomfortable, or they feel like they've been like wronged in some way, or it's like, you know, someone says something weird about like Issa's race, or like something like that gives you like the ick, you're like, ugh. I think that ultimately over time, and I mean, when we were talking about it before, like when I wanted to speak on this because it's like I also have experience where, you know, I was similarly to these girls, like a young girl who like went out like very early before prematurely went out like a lot. And, you know, like that was like my world. And I think that like when things happened, you were just like so angry and you just didn't know why. Like, I didn't know like, you know, like what misogyny was, or like, I just knew that like men were being like rude and like how awful. And it made me feel like, why can't I do something about this? Like, I need to do something about this. And so I think that like with these girls in particular, like they feel uncomfortable. They know how to slyly, you know, kind of talk back about something without being like, without the you know, the words that we've like come across over the past like 10 years even, where, you know, we have all these new words. I really tried to like stay away from like anything that was like using like gaslighting or like all these like different like words that we've come across and like have gone into our like gone into our lexicon, where it's like, you know, these girls are not university educated. They're like just coming to New York. They're like, their worlds are very you know, when they meet like writers and editors, they're like, oh, like how funny. Like, I've never met anyone like that before. Like they think everything I say is so like interesting. So I wanted to kind of to have these characters that were like, you know, politically, like they don't believe in, you know, like they don't believe in borders. They don't believe in like all these different like modes of establishment and institutions, where they're just like, but why is it like that? Like, and I think that's like a very, I think like a very like nice way to enter that kind of perspective without feeling like you're like being like there. It's some sort of like propaganda of like how we like, you know, like a leftist like agenda. But like, I think that these girls like ultimately like they like live a life of like I'm not understanding why someone would, someone who's like really rich will have like this like awful way of like treating women. Like they like are learning it. They're like moving in those worlds. They're just like, let's try it. And then they kind of try and take advantage of like guys who are really rich. And they're like, well, why we should do that probably. Like, why wouldn't we? Like, and I think that in itself is like living a kind of philosophy that I feel is very like interesting, and I think like radical with the way that they kind of want pleasure. They want access to things. They want to be able to move the world in a way that's like free. But they also notice that when they're they live in Bed-Stuy, there's like no fresh food anywhere. There's like no vegetables. There's no like access to like healthy food for them. But also like in their neighborhood, like where do people eat healthy things, and how does that like access work? And because they have, they're charming girls, they can move around the kind of city in a way that most people can't. They also are like they're also like learning about how they use that as it to their advantage, and how that like helps their survival.
Okay, I think we're running out of time. I wanted to ask, because you touched upon it, I wanted to ask you about like race and like the pursuit of pleasure in the context of race, but I don't know if you have time for that. So what I will, it's something I'm going to be thinking about and something our audience can think about. But what I will ask you, because I asked authors in an earlier panel, was what did writing this novel, this is your debut novel, congratulations. What did it teach you about yourself? And you can be as general or as specific as you want with this question.
I think that what it taught me was that the reason why I wanted to write this novel in the first place was that I didn't want to like punish my characters. I wanted them to be able to make decisions on their own, and like not have to have like some like sexual violence happen to them, or like addiction, or like any kind of consequences for this type of lifestyle. And I think that ultimately when I first went out with the novel, I realized that people did want that in a story. So like me inventing this, inventing these characters and having that be their kind of purpose also was like their, in a way, an early downfall, because people didn't want that at the time. But I just want to quickly answer this question: what inspired these characters, and what was your process in developing them, from Shauna? Like I was obviously inspired by my real friends, of which they have been navigating that on their own. And developing them, I've surrounded myself with like really amazing young women over the course of my life, and I've had like long lasting friendships with them. And, so much about the way that we've lived is something that I want to highlight and show to the world. And I think that's like a nice and illuminating story. And I think that these women are interesting and perceptive, and I want to like be able to write that somewhere, and also share that with other young women and give them kind of confidence to move through the world as bold as my characters do.
Yeah, I like that you present it, and it's like it's good and it's valid, and some people like that's what they want, and it's okay that that's what they want. So I think we are out of time. Thank you so much, Marlowe. Please make sure to pick up Marlowe's book, Happy Hour, at Another Story Bookshop. I know I'm kind of doing your job, David. Sorry. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Terese and Marlowe, for the great chat. I'm going to move us along, and I'll let people know that we will still have a full half hour with our next presenters. They will be Farzana Doctor and Lou Boilo, who will be interviewing. So Lou is a collective member at Room Magazine and assistant editor for Room's current issue. They are also on the editorial team for Pre-Caribbean Literature. Lou is a writer of Black speculative and environmentalist fiction, and their prize-winning short stories have been anthologized in Canada and the Caribbean. Lou is currently completing their first full-length work with the generous support of the Canada Council for the Arts. Welcome, Lou.
Hi. I just want to say good afternoon and welcome to everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the program. And it's my pleasure to introduce Farzana Doctor, who will be joining us for a reading and Q&A. Farzana Doctor is the author of Stealing Nazarene, All Inclusive, 6 Meters of Pavement, which won a Lambda Literary Award and was shortlisted for the Toronto Book Award, and her newest novel, 7. She lives here in Toronto. Welcome, Farzana.
Thank you, Lou. Nice to meet you.
You too. We actually met once at another story bookshop a very long time ago. It's always lovely to see you.
So I think that this is kind of amazing. I've been watching like most of the morning, and it's like book TV. It just kind of goes from author to author. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been beautiful. Did we want to start with the reading, and then we can go into some questions?
Yeah, I'll read 2 different excerpts. The first one is from the perspective of Sharifa, who is the protagonist for most of the novel. And at this point in the novel, she is in New York City. It's 2016, and later on, she and her husband and daughter go to India, but they're still back home.
Thank you.
In the evening, Mortaza and I meet on the couch for the married person's evening ritual, TV. Along with a nightly bowl of microwave popcorn, we've been putting away 2 episodes of The Mindy Project after Z is in bed. We guffaw and cringe in the same places. We are diasporic South Asian children of immigrants communing over the embarrassing life of a diasporic South Asian child of immigrants. While the credits roll, Mortaza leans over, kisses my neck, and says, "Shall we turn it off now or watch another episode?" "Sure, Murthy, we can turn it off," I say, sensing his preference. After all, it is Saturday and 9 p.m. I'd prefer to hit play, to be distracted by someone else's awkward world, but I appreciate my husband's good-natured and consistent initiative-taking. My friends and I talk about our lackluster sex lives and waning libidos, and I feel like I'm the lucky one amongst us. At least we can say we are still doing it rather than being in couples therapy because we aren't, or breaking up because we aren't, or having extramarital affairs because we aren't. And I'm going to skip forward and read an excerpt from the perspective of Abdulali, who is a character who comes in episodes every few chapters, and he is Sharifa's great-great-grandfather. And at this point, it's January 1866 in South Bombay, and he is 11 years old. 11-year-old Abdulali huddled under the yellow glow of a street lamp, his index finger pacing his labored reading. "The lion lives in the jungle," he whispered. "His roar is loud." An elderly fruit seller trudged by with an empty wooden cart pulled by a weary bullock. Just in time, Abdulali wrapped his legs around the post to avoid a heavy hoof landing on his toe. A fly, one of the bullock's many winged passengers, hopped onto his hand and then onto the Hindi primary reader he had borrowed from Sunil, the 9-year-old boy of the family for whom he worked. He told his mother it was a gift. Did she believe the lie? Thinking of her, it seemed, could summon her. He looked up and saw her face framed in the window of the 3rd-floor room they shared with another widow and her 3 young children. She fanned herself with her orna. Despite the evening's cool, the day's heat lingered in the room. He waved to her and pleaded, "5 more minutes, Mummy?" She nodded, her lips a straight line, but he knew she was proud of him, knew they had left the village for a better life, and for now, their better life was just this one nicked book about a lion in a jungle that he struggled word by word to understand. Stop there.
Beautiful. Wow, that was wonderful. Firstly, I wanted to thank you for this brilliant narrative of diaspora, faith, healing, and as well as the hidden histories of women. As you were saying, it spans such a vast amount of time between Sharifa and her family in 2016 in Mumbai, and then following her ancestor Abdulali in 1866, all the way to 1922. And I was especially fascinated that there's sort of a brief foray into the future where we get to see some of the conflicts and hopes of the characters play out. So I was wondering if you could tell us a bit about these narratives and how you drew them together and the research that you undertook to do so.
Thank you. In terms of the research, I did a few things. So around the same time, I was doing some research on my own great-great-grandfather, but couldn't find out very much about his own, kind of personal life and that aspect of his story. And but I knew I wanted to write about him without kind of wrecking my family's view of him as kind of the revered ancestor. So I decided to fictionalize him, and so he entered in. And some of Abdullahi is quite inspired by my own great-great-grandfather. So that was research that I did mostly through oral history, going and interviewing lots of family members. Another part of the research that I did was I got to travel to India. I've traveled to India many times, but there were a couple places I'd never visited before, and they really, those settings really entered into the novel. So my ancestral village, Dolka, which is where my great-great-grandfather is from, I got to visit that place for the very first time. And that was quite a special experience, as a diasporic person, to land up in the place where, for generations and generations and generations back, this is where people have records of where they lived. And so there was this moment of like standing in front of my great grandmother's old house and kind of feeling like, oh, this place, this is where I'm from. Mm-hmm. So I a lot of the setting from that trip entered into the book. And there's also a short scene in Goa. I'd never been to Goa before, and I went to Goa on my last trip. And there's a scene that is almost word for word like a weird experience that me and my cousins and my partner had while we were there.
Yeah, those scenes that are written in Dolka are very beautiful and very visceral. Like you really get a sense that you were there and in that space. Yeah, that's beautiful. And it's always so complicated to look at family history and family narrative and sort of untangling those things. And I thought it was really beautiful that Sharifa, although she sort of sets out to uncover this history about her family's patriarch, she ends up following these threads of the succession of his 4 wives, and Zara in particular. Yeah. And the look at the roles of women in the community was so rich, with both violence and healing, sort of looking at those who were complicit and those who were involved in resistance. I think it was Sharifa at one point who said, it's men who make the rules, but women who enforce them. And I thought that was such a potent line. So I was wondering if you could speak a bit about the complexities of women's hidden history, especially in regards to faith, perhaps, and how you approach them in 7.
Yes, thank you. So, one of the issues that I talk about in the book is Khatna, and I've been an activist around this issue for the last 5 years. And Khatna is the form of female genital cutting that happens in the Dawadi Bohra community, and that's the community that I'm from. So, around the time that I was doing a lot of activism, I found that fully formed fictional scenes were kind of leaking out of me onto the page. And I was also doing my own personal healing work around this issue too. And it just became very important to me to be able to take this very taboo, secretive issue and put it on the page to normalize conversations about it. And so that meant doing it through multiple perspectives and characters. Mm-hmm. So Sharifa is a character who was quite clueless at the beginning, and we follow her and kind of her journey as she tries to understand. She's following the mystery of the great-great-grandfather, but then she's also ending up following this mystery around Khatna and her own experiences. So that was very purposeful, was to have the clueless one. And then she has these 2 cousins who are on opposite ends of the debate. One who has sort of given up the religion completely and is an activist. And then another one who is very orthodox, very happy to be orthodox, finds a great deal amount of community and comfort through being orthodox, and believes that Khatna is a normal ritual for the community. So I needed to do it through multiple characters. And I think that came about from knowing of all of these narratives and knowing people in the community that had all of these different narratives. And I just wanted to bring the subtleties forward.
Mm-hmm. And it's so interesting how it plays out in terms of the generations as well. Sort of when we're seeing like her nanny and then her cousins, and sort of how they're, even digging back in the history and seeing sometimes things that we don't expect in terms of who was opposed to it and who was in favor, and the reasons that they're in favor. It was really beautiful and complex.
And I want to have a few of those surprises in there. This is a very small piece, but there's this moment where kind of an elderly man comes forward and congratulates her activist cousin. And I want to throw that in because the community is a complex community. It's really important that we don't ever paint caricatures of because communities are just made up of tons of different people who are all really different in how they live their lives. So yeah, I wanted to have.
Yeah, that was a beautiful scene. It was Fatima's uncle. Yeah. Yeah, I really loved that. Yeah, and it really sort of challenged our ideas about generations and sort of who is who might be considered to be sort of stiffer in their views within our communities.
Right. Because one of the things I worried about, when you're writing about your own community, this is a Muslim community, and in the context of Islamophobia, it can be very easy for people to make these kinds of generalizations and stereotypes of the Orthodox people, and sometimes the Orthodox people are the allies in the fight too.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good point, because it is very easy for people to view things through a racist lens or an Islamophobic lens and sort of project a demonization onto that. But yeah, I feel like throughout the entire narrative, there's just such a beautiful and complex host of characters, and watching them sort of do their own internal work and conversations with each other. And I think that you wrote them all so very empathetically and very real.
Thank you. Yeah,
it's beautiful. There's so many themes of quite universal themes about diaspora and sort of these conflicts of belonging versus challenging one's community. And as you were saying, that's quite personified in Fatima and Zainab and Sharifa, sort of as a collective of cousins, and how Sharifa sort of reconciling and differentiating her beliefs as well as her deep love for her community with these demands being made by religious leaders in the Boer community. There's so much conversation. I think it's Fatima at one point that says people are funny about faith and sort of the complexities that creates. But I'd love to know more about how you sort of worked through those conversations or approached those conversations with each of the different characters.
Yeah,
it's written with just so much empathy.
It's and I think one of the ways was, even though there was the Orthodox cousin and the activist cousin, they're also complicated people, right? And it was important again to not create caricatures. So Fatima is somebody who has given up the faith, and yet she is also very, very struck by her connections. Her connections are also really important, and she's very vulnerable. And Zainab, while she's really Orthodox, she's capable of change. She's capable of thinking through things. So just having them have vulnerabilities and having them have complex reactions. So I won't give it all away because it's a spoiler, but there is a scene where everything explodes with the three of them, and they all have slightly different kind of emotional, psychological reactions. And I wanted those to be a little surprising and not what we would expect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's I think that is there is at the beginning sort of this dichotomy set up between Fatima and Zainab, but it just becomes vastly more complicated in terms of their characterization and even in terms of their relationship with the other characters, and so how they relate to community, which relatives they feel at home with. I thought that was very beautiful.
And that sort of reflects, I think, real life, and we can have huge differences of opinion with particular aunts and uncles, but then also feel very tenderly towards them. Family and faith are really complex things and full of contradictions.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so complicated to approach, especially when you're looking at not just the personal, but a long period of history and trying to detangle these things sort of throughout the history, as Sharifa is kind of, wrestling with her own personal history and her relationship with her aunts and uncles, and but as well as sort of this longer history with Abdullah Ali and what she's seeing there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
Thank you.
One of my absolute favorite elements of 7 is how you approach sexuality, trauma, and healing through this relationship between Sharifa and Murtaza. And honestly, I have never enjoyed reading a couple as much as I have reading their relationship. Like the development, the conflict, like all of it I found to be really extraordinary.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, is there a particular narrative of either healing or survivorship that you wanted to create here? And how you hope to show us that relationship in a way that perhaps sort of challenges those narratives?
Yeah. So the first thing is I really like to talk about taboo issues, and I like to talk about sexuality in books, and I like to show how awkward and, you know, clumsy and messy it all is, right? Because we don't get to get into the nitty-gritties of sex very often in books, you know, like the scene just goes dark usually, and then like it's, you know, end scene. So how do couples like actually navigate this? And, you know, the couple starts off, there's some backstory there about how she's had an emotional online affair, and that's created some damage to the relationship. And so, you know, they are going to India with some hopefulness that maybe, you know, things will get a little bit better for them. They've been working for years at this, but it's not quite over. And I liked also looking at what are the long-term impacts of infidelity. Well, although they're moving on, and they are moving on, there are ways that, you know, Murtaza has really held on to some of his fears. So there was that. And then around the healing. So, you know, I've been involved in anti-Khatna work for a little while. And one of the things that we do a lot in the conversations is talk about the harms of Khatna. And that's one of the ways to educate the community to eventually end this practice. But what if we were to talk about beyond the harms? I think survivors need to be having these conversations, and we just don't, because, you know, sex is taboo. So I wanted to talk about how does this healing at least start, and because it only just starts in the book, but how does healing start, and how would a couple even navigate their sex lives when there has been this harm done to somebody? So yeah, I just wanted to shine a little light on that so that we could be able to have those conversations. And later on in the month, I'm going to be doing some conversations with a group called Sayo, which is one of the activist groups. And we're going to specifically talk about sexual healing and what does that look like. And so I'm really happy that this book can be part of that conversation.
Yeah, like you said, sex is rarely seen a representation that felt so real, and that dealt with a lot of the the realities of sexual interaction, or what that healing might look like, or the negotiation between the partners. And we often don't see a relationship. I think they've been married 9 years. Is that right? When we see them in 2016, and we rarely ever get a representation of a long-term married couple, and what that might look like.
And where they might have trouble and how they work out the trouble.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
And I love that it's bumpy. I love that it doesn't, there isn't always like a grace to it, but that there's such a consistency between the characters and a vulnerability with the characters.
I think that, you know, one of the things I heard when I was on a panel years ago is that sex can be like dialogue, you know, because in it you're showing everyone's reactions, they're reacting against one another. So it's actually a beautiful way to show characters and to move a story forward, I think.
Yeah, and the other aspect that was interesting of that was, I guess, sort of how the characters, I mean, with this conversation of the infidelity that you sort of introduce at the beginning of the book, and then sort of both of the main characters have mostly had relationships with people outside of their community, mostly with white folks, and so how that sort of plays into how they relate to each other in the romantic and sexual life is quite complex.
Yes, I wanted to include that because I think that's a really common experience, right? That you know, not only does does romance become difficult in long-term relationships because people are so familiar at that point, but what happens when you're with somebody from the exact community that you're from? Does that familiarity increase? What are the ways that we can play can have like emotional gymnastics that we do when we're with someone from a different community? So I did want to bring in the race stuff between them as well.
yeah, like what becomes freer, what becomes more complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it was beautiful. I wanted to ask you about, also, are you good? Are you feeling good with the pace that we're going at?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I just really enjoyed it. I just read the whole thing this week, and yeah, I'm a bit sad to be leaving the characters, to be honest, but I'll likely reread it again. But memory comes up quite a lot. Memory, forgetting, and secrets play such an important role to the plot, both, as I was saying, family history and personal history. And at one point, you really eloquently say, memory and truth are not the same. Yeah. Which is quite a line and quite a heavy thing to contend with. So I guess I'm wondering, how do you deal with the tension throughout the book as each character sort of wrestles with their different truths and experiences?
Yeah. So that was a complicated thing to figure out how to write. I'm also a psychotherapist part-time, and one of the things I really understand about trauma memory is that it's not how Hollywood presents it. Very often, especially childhood trauma memory, is not this kind of linear narrative. It can be, but it often isn't. It's what we experience in the body. It's in perceptions. It's like splotches of paint on a canvas. Like it's much more symbolic than that. And so, I have these characters who have all experienced something like the exact same experience, and they have very different ways of remembering. One who has the vivid narrative, another one who has half of it, and one who has none of it for a long time. And that was really important to me because that feels real to me. And I think so often survivors of all kinds of trauma really get cheated by mainstream media. There are so many misconceptions about how we're supposed to remember trauma. And if we don't remember it, maybe it didn't really happen. Or if we don't remember it, maybe it wasn't that bad. Stuff like that. There's a lot of misconceptions. So, again, like novels are these beautiful ways that you can slip in a lot of education in ways that feel subtle and are embedded in story and in page turning moments and all of that. And so that was kind of important to me, that I write something that actually felt true about memory.
And I love that we get to see some of the characters who've internalized that, the idea about if I don't remember exactly, then maybe it didn't happen. And so we get to see them really wrestling with that, as well as wrestling with other characters who are maybe in conflict with that, or we're trying to sort of help them along. I thought that was really, really beautiful. Yeah, and quite complex, and especially in terms of the memory and the forgetting and sort of the narratives of survivorship, like going back to the idea of pleasure and being able to show that there is this fragmentation, both in sort of the fragmentation of the body, but that there's this other side to it as well, and that there can be, that there can be like pleasure found and there can be healing. I thought that was a really beautiful way to tie those together.
And if people find some comfort or a greater understanding of their own experiences, even if the trauma is something way different, I think that'll be a good outcome of the novel.
I would say that was most definitely an outcome. Speaking for myself, it's I could definitely see a lot of people, even with very different types of trauma, relating very viscerally and quite potently, and also in a healing way to watching the characters sort of go through this process of bringing together all these different fragmented pieces and sort of affirming their own belief in their experience and what has happened to them. Yeah.
Oh, great.
We just have a couple of minutes left. We'll see how long they let us go to, but I wanted to make sure that we talk about in the acknowledgements. You spoke about 7 as an offering to activism against Katna. And so much of the content is based on real cases, real dialogue, such as the case that's referenced in Australia from 2015, interviews from 2016, and you mentioned by name WeSpeakOut.org, as well as Sahio. Am I saying that right?
Sayo.
SAHIYO.com. And I love that your narrative extends into the future. So my question is about the future and what you would like to see happen from here, either across the board diaspora and in terms of allyship to support the movement.
Yes, thanks. I think I do hope that this is a contribution, and I feel like it already has been. When I was getting ready to have this book come out, I was really nervous about speaking about the issue publicly because it is such a silenced issue. But it's been, I've been feeling so grateful actually, because nearly every day since this book came out September 5th, I have been able to talk about this issue, talk about the novel. And the book has become this vehicle to be able to raise awareness about this issue that hardly anyone knows anything about. And it's when more people know about it and start thinking about it that it will change. So in terms of the future, I won't give any of it away because it is a spoiler, but basically all the things that are in the book is what I hope to see. I hope to see that in India, Katna gets banned. And once that happens, it'll be more difficult for people to perpetrate it. I hope that more people in the community have the opportunity to learn about this. I think so much of what happens continues to happen because people just haven't ever talked about it and haven't really thought about it. So I'm hoping that, in my mother's generation, it was 100% of girls who went through Katna. In my generation, it was 85. Now we're thinking 75. I hope that all of this activism means that in the next generation, it actually goes down to close to zero. We'll see. That's my hope.
Yeah,
maybe it's going to take longer. I don't know.
No, but it's so important to imagine futures and to the power, as you said about novels, being able to present somebody with this beautiful narrative and all of these beautiful characters and this page-turning content at the same time, and we're just learning so much. So I just wanted to thank you very, very much for today and for the book 7. And remind everybody that they can purchase the book at another story.
And can I make a small plug for the audiobook?
Of course.
The audiobook is really, really beautiful. There are a couple of actors who have done a beautiful job, Alora Patnaik and Raul Baneja, and I am just so pleased with how well they did with all of the different voices. And it's gorgeous. So for audiobook people, the audiobook is like gorgeous.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, and that's so great to be able to have somebody take your characters and really, really bring them to life like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think we maybe have room for one more question. It's a craft question, if you don't mind, from the audience. And the question is, how do you come up with your ideas? Do you do outlines? Are you working on something new?
Okay, 3 questions there. So the ideas often come from something in life, some kind of preoccupation. So in this case, I was doing the activism, and so, the ideas were coming and these scenes were just coming. So it's often preoccupation. I don't do outlines so much, but I try to have a sense of where the novel is going, because that saves a lot of time in the first draft. So I want to know, like, what's the general arc for the character? Like, where's she going to end up, and what are her struggles, and so on? Like, I want to have a general idea. I want to know what the basic question is of the book, so that I have that for clarity. And yes, over the last few years, there were some waiting periods for the novel, right? You're waiting for your agent to get back to you, you're waiting for the publisher to get back to you, all that kind of stuff. So I started working on a YA novel, and that is nearly done. And I also have a book of poetry that's looking for a publisher.
Hey, beautiful.
To the poetry publishers out there.
Well, we can't wait. And it's always an absolute delight to hear your work and to speak with you. I just want to thank you so much for today.
Oh, thank you so much.
We should pass back to David. There we go.
Sorry, just, working behind the scenes as well as on the camera now. So thank you so much, Lou and Farzana, for that conversation. Farzana's novel 7 is available through Another Story Bookshop. I'll just pop up a banner
That's great.
And that's both available in our digital marketplace and at the URL that you can see there. So thanks so much. So next up, before I introduce our next panel, I'm going to introduce Dani Spinosa for a special 5-minute poetry reading. I'll bring Dani on now. Hi.
Hi.
So Dani, I'm just going to read your bio, and then I'll hand it over to you to read some work. Dani Spinosa is a poet of digital and print media, an on-again, off-again precarious professor, the managing editor of the Electronic Literature Directory, and a co-founding editor of Gap Riot Press, an excellent feminist experimental micropress. In addition to Typewriter Poems, she has published 4 poetry chapbooks and a scholarly manuscript. Over to you, Dan.
Thanks. This is from Typewriter Poems at Alack. Sia Rene. So much depends on now. Depends on how the paper rolls in evenly, the finger slips or doesn't slip, the words you say to the professor on a smoke break, the freshness of the tape. It depends on how you are speaking, you are typing, your IV catheter pokes into your elbow while you sleep. You say you've read poets you haven't read. You are typing. You are typing. That's writing. You use them. For example, the tired eyes from a comprehensive exam sitting, except this is a bar. A smoke break. 3 poets on a sidewalk naming poets whose E key jammed, G key jammed, space bar jammed. For instance, now. You've been out here for 15 minutes. The ink drying on the ribbon. Aren't you tired of explaining? Why not write something you don't have to explain every fucking time? Maybe 2 seconds. Colleen Thibodeau. I have tried to map onto this body a line of text to ignore which parts of this white may or may not be David. I have tried drunkenly on the stoops of local bars with no names or names that slyly reference a novel by Marquez, DeLillo, Foster Wallace, and then Franzen to convince the best minds of my generation that their photographs only blur out some faces. Where I am tired of explaining how it feels. I am tired of pointing to where it hurts, which bone is connected to which bone. I talked to a man who said affect like he got a Boy Scout badge for it. I speak about love like, I speak about pain like, these are the crosses we have to wear. Aren't these launches the most precious parts of our sad, lonely inside writing? Aren't these in need of bodies in seats? Aren't these the time for stories of vacations to the applause for some tired? I wrote this inside with big smiles. Or else, if you are writing this page over and over like detention, you look through the windows and the bodies accumulate. Or, and then this is one more. For Marianne Holm Hansen, I did not feel this body ache of morning after pill like my would-be womb spilling. I did not expect to ache like this tiny piece of plastic forced by a doctor's tool into my cervix. I didn't expect to. Who could know you could ache like this in a body, parts I can't name or visualize? I did not expect to ache. What pours from me is not the same kind of wetness. I did not expect to. I long in these moments for the painlessness of the phallus, the relative simplicity of come without consequence, the ease of ejaculate in palm or sock or bed sheet. I think I did not feel this body until it started to ache. I did not expect. Isn't the clean poem reserved for the painless body, written like a logo, a Subway ad selling these pills, a Y-shaped piece of plastic still shoved up? The stink. Discharge makes things dirty, and I had wanted clean poems to expect to. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Dani. I'm just going to read a bit about OO Typewriter Poems. Do you say the OO?
Hey, you can say whatever you want. I like it. Ooh.
Excellent, excellent. So at once paying homage to the long history of visual poetics and critiquing the progressivist and masculinist ideals that continue to inform the genre, the poems in OO Typewriter Poems incorporate lines from visual and concrete poems by some of the major figures of visual poetics, as well as several underread and understudied female visual poets. OO Typewriter Poems is available through Another Story Bookshop in the WOTS Digital Marketplace or at anotherstory.ca. Thanks so much, Dani.
Thanks everybody.
All right, so for our next event, please welcome Roland Gulliver, Director of the Toronto International Festival of Authors, who will introduce and moderate our next discussion.
Thank you, David. Thank you for welcoming me here.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Thanks so much.
Our career in television is secure. Yes, welcome everybody. Welcome to Word on the Street. I'm delighted to be here as the director of the Toronto International Festival of Authors and delighted to be introducing the authors Madhu Anand and Lamis Al-Ethari, who present personal memoirs that expand the definition of the genre through their use of generational storytelling and the representation of memory, and also exploring how we literally tell stories and how we present them on the page. Lamis Al-Ethari immigrated to Canada with her husband and 2 boys in 2008. Hello, hi there. She holds a PhD in English language and literature from the University of Waterloo, where she's been teaching creative writing and academic writing since 2015. Her writing and research focus on Iraqi North American women's lives, narratives of trauma and migration, with poetry in a range of magazines, and she's author of Waiting for the Rain, an Iraqi memoir, which we'll be talking about today. I'd also like to introduce Madhu Anand, who is the author of a new index for predicting catastrophes. Hi there, how are you doing? And several other literary works published in national and international magazines. She's a full professor of ecology and sustainability at the University of Guelph. And she is the author of The Red Line Goes Straight to Your Heart, which can either look like this or can look like this, depending which way you want to view the book. Welcome, both of you. Hello, how are you both?
Hello. Hi. Can you hear me? That seems to be the first sentence everybody says these days.
Yes.
Yeah. I should ask that as well. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Coming through loud and clear.
Great.
Brilliant. So I would like to just ask you both to introduce your books and kind of talk a little bit about your books, and then we'll have a little bit of conversation. So can I ask you to talk first?
Sure. So I started this book a while back, actually, around 2007. And it started with like 9 pages of me trying to kind of talk about the trauma of war and leaving Iraq. And it kind of expanded and kept expanding until I had the memoir. So it was mainly about my experience, me and my family's experience of the American invasion of Iraq in 2003 and leaving home. So that's kind of the spiel, as they say.
Madhu, can you give us an introduction to your book?
Yes. So my book is a memoir in halves, and it began several years ago when I had the inclination to start to write down some of the stories that my parents had been telling me all my life. And then when my mother had a heart attack in 2015, something happened, and I realized that I wanted to know more and know as much as I possibly could about their lives, which expanded it into what now is the book.
And both, so the title of this event is about clarity in personal narrative. And I think approaching both of these books, I think it's worth talking about. They are both very non-traditional books in terms of telling the story of a memoir where you say I began and I was, that kind of very predictable narrative. Lamice, your book, it's got poetry, it's got paintings, it's got drawings, it's got found texts, it's got Facebook posts. With you, Madhur, like I said, it is a book that is divided with two different stories, and very fragmented in the way it's telling. For both of you, why was it that you couldn't or didn't want to tell the story in the traditional conformity? Lamice, for you first.
I think my story kind of starts in the middle of where, when you read the memoir, I've kind of started in the middle, and then I started to realize that I really needed to tie back. I needed to tie back to family. I needed to tie back to women in my family, like my grandmother, for instance, kind of to understand this feeling of being lost after I left Iraq, right? So in addition to the war and PTSD and whatever was happening, I suddenly found myself uprooted in a way, I haven't been back for 14 years. And so it's just complete, you're uprooted and you're completely here and never going back. And so I needed to make those connections. And so I started to kind of go backwards and then forwards again. And I actually, like, one of the first things I wrote was after I had arrived here in Canada. So it kind of starts in the middle of my journey, and then I scale back. With the poetry, when I teach my students creative writing and they're like, I don't like poetry. And I'm like, I love poetry because it allows you to be concise in a way that you can't be with prose. Like, there are experiences, especially with trauma, that sometimes you don't have enough words for. And so just kind of condensing them and trying to find just the right words to place there helps a little bit with creating that image that you're trying to portray. So that was kind of why the poetry is in there, because at moments there's a section where I talk about a gang stopped us with machine guns, and I couldn't explain it. I couldn't explore it. I didn't want to talk about it in all its details. I wanted to give just that image of what I felt. And so poetry kind of was a much easier form of doing that.
And for you, Madhur, the book is split into two narrative sections. You can, you could as a reader, you can choose where to start if you want, which is very interesting, because I was like, oh, what's the proper side to start on? Is this a proper side to start? But also, so why did you have those two, want to tell those two stories in that way? But also the fact that you bring in lots of science and science theory, but also kind of very, very fragmented narrative structure. So can you tell us a bit more about that?
Sure. It's really hard to speak narratively, in fact, about a fragmented thing, but I'll try to spare you all what's really going through my head. But indeed, startings and endings are indeed arbitrary, and for stories, and yet, for my parents' stories, the starting point is often, birth, right? Childhood. And so their childhood, in their childhood, they experienced something called the partition of India and other the independence of India, which also was a partitioning of it into different territories. But with that, so partition itself, I sort of learned about it historically, but then it became a huge metaphor for me to explore. And so when things get partitioned, narratives break, and everything breaks, frankly, and much more than we even can imagine break. And so part of the role of that metaphor was to then explore it throughout their entire lives as they went through several other smaller partitions and movements and migrations, which are never continuous. Partly it was just simply using that metaphor, which required a fragmented telling. The other aspect is, of course, that on their side, I'm telling someone else's stories. And the actual process of getting those stories down was incredibly fragmented. So there's a natural character to that process. And although I feel like I already, added quite a bit of narrative that wasn't there in the raw material of the thing. Now, on the other side, the fragmentation, my side, comes from many other things, which, you pointed out that I'm a poet and I'm a scientist. And so there are many partitions inside me and in my life and in my worldview. And so that just comes through because I am the writer of those particular things. Yeah. And why did I bring in science? Well, I think science was a part of my father's life. I mean, he did study physics and he had ambitions to do a PhD in physics and so on. And so, what happened was, as I was exploring the partition of as a metaphor, I soon realized that it's a metaphor for so many things because the human heart is partitioned. And it's not partitioned in a symmetric way. And so that also informed the form.
I think the interesting that like those kind of, I guess the non-narrative structure is kind of fascinating. And I think that way of I think in your book, Lena, you talk about the hybrid self and and I know you talk about the kind of coming from conflicting cultures and the fact that you can't tell one story. You've got to be kind of having lots of stories in conversation so that there is a forward dynamic and a forward energy in what you are and how you're telling your stories. So Lamise, was that kind of important for you, that kind of the continual carrying of stories with you?
I think for me, it's really important because I remember trying to tell my boys about home. And so I was told these stories by my aunts, and then now I'm carrying them to my children, hoping that they'll hold on to some of them. So when we're here and the boys haven't been back, I have a son that he was born outside of Iraq. He's never been there ever in his life. And so I think you're talking about, because we started to be fragmented back home because all of a sudden the people in your neighborhood, family members started to leave the country or had to leave the capital, or things started to shift for us. So almost immediately that community that you had began to be fragmented, and automatically the things that you associated with and the life that you lived changes. Silence was too great for some to take. It got to the point where you couldn't leave your home, and so it was very, very difficult to be that same self. And then when you leave part of you behind, and then you have to recreate yourself when you come here. And so we're constantly kind of trying to fit in, right? You're trying to assimilate. I don't like assimilation. In order to move on in life, in order to fit in, you become fragmented in other ways, right? And so it has to show in your writing. It has to show in the way you narrate, and just just collecting those fragments. You're trying to tell your children about, family members they haven't seen or will never see. You're trying to tell them about past, occasions or Ramadan or gatherings and feasts and things like that they will never experience. And so already it has become fragmented and it's become removed a number of times from its, kind of original image. And so definitely it has to show one way or another in your writing.
And for you, Meadow, is that something similar? I think particularly the telling of the story of your parents and the fact you both characters have the I in that, and that the holding of that story so that it continues to be retold.
Yeah. Yeah, the carrying forward. Well, I mean, I think that was the real challenge of the book, of writing the book, is how can I tell these stories in a way that they will permeate and propagate in, well, frankly, in unpredictable ways. Because I think there was so much universal in all of our particular stories. And that's the challenge, is to find those universalities. And so I searched everywhere for that. I even went to the extreme of kind of following synchronicities as I was writing the book, to sort of, grasp hold of things in my environment that could help me as a writer carry forward the writing of the book. So I think that's one thing. And then because I ultimately, although it wasn't the original intention, did write that whole second book, which is in my voice, I think I'm already bringing it to the next generation. So I cross the two generations, and well, that's already kind of one level of reproduction anyway.
And I guess, since both of your books look at, I guess, the impact of external forces, and particularly external invading or colonizing forces, and the arbitrary nature of a decision outwith of a country that then has such a massive impact. So in terms of partition, it is a line drawn, and then that movement that happens, which then begins the dynamic of the story. For both of you, you talk a lot about how you tell those stories, but also talk about people's willingness to listen to them.
Did you say willingness or willing?
Willingness to listen to them. So
I don't know. I mean, when we were in the States, and maybe we were in the States for 2 years, but when we were there, people were listening, and I keep telling myself maybe they were listening because they had their own boys, in Iraq fighting. When we came here, it was a very different experience. It was like people didn't want to listen. They didn't want those images in their head. They didn't want to see those things, and it was too violent or unrealistic. There were moments where I was questioned if what I was talking about was real. And I don't know about willingness, to listen. I think there's a fear of knowing what is actually happening outside your borders here. And so, a lot of the things I felt I had to shape them in a way where they weren't too violent or ugly or inconvenient, I guess, for the reader. But that's my
from your perspective, Meadow, was that again this kind of taking that moment of partition, which could for some people be, well, that was historical past. It's about moving forward. Was that what was that in your mind when you were writing the book?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So it is important to say that in the book, partition is really just a starting point for the historical partition of Punjab, which is where my parents lived and had to cross over, leave their homes and cross over to the other side, the correct side, and which, as a historic event, led to millions and millions of death, of people dying. One of the worst traumatic events of history, is a starting point for the book, because so much life goes on, and I too wanted to explore the trauma of that, and also other traumas. The book also talks about my father's childhood polio and his experience of that, as a child growing up in India, which was horrible, and his life, going through that, which frankly, by the time I, as a child, even as an adult, I don't even see it. Like, as a child, we never saw his limp. We heard it and it was there, but we never saw it because he had this way of behaving such that you couldn't see it. You couldn't see it. And that's another kind of partition and symmetry. And there's partitions even just in relationships, right? To deal with various traumas. So I was exploring all of that. I think your very first phrase when you asked the question, I believe you used the word arbitrary, which is a really interesting word, because it's totally context and viewer dependent, what's arbitrary and what's not arbitrary. And so that's another kind of idea that one can explore, and the ways of telling truth and the ways towards truth is something I question, not just about historical events, but I use science as well in my book to explore those concepts.
And I think the science in the book is fascinating in terms of the way that you use it to connect across childhood memories, or to your own children, or to the kind of the world around you, so that you are almost trying to look for formulas of understanding, in a sense, that can kind of connect the world, but connect the world differently, I think, which I think is really important in your book.
Yeah, and I mean, just so that readers realize, or viewers realize, I'm not, I don't pretend that I feel like science has the answers to all of these issues of humanity, and yet I do feel that we can all be enlightened by it, and it can inform. If you do kind of go back historically, there's hardly any division between the scientific pathways to knowledge and other pathways to knowledge. And so I was trying to kind of reconcile that as well.
And it's also quite playful, I think, in terms of the way of writing, and not conforming to the rules, I think. And I think when I was thinking about both your books, that the word disrupt came to mind, in sense of trying to disrupt the narratives and the storytelling, and bring in different perspectives, I think, and not. I think particularly with your book, Lamise, that sense of particularly in what was happening in Iraq, there was because people were looking for who was good and who was bad, but actually there were sides fighting each other, and just a lot of people trapped in the middle and having nowhere to go, which I think is incredibly powerful.
Well, I don't know. It's, with trauma, I think things shift for people. I mean, people and relate to and have known for years, for instance, their mentality or way they view things becomes very different from how you view things. And so you get these breaks, with people that you love and care about, because you're a different kind of Muslim, or from a different sect, or don't like the new government, and so, I mean, the fragmentation or the breaking points are things you would never imagine would happen before the war, right? So yeah, I think trauma makes us think differently and act differently, and we start to view each other differently. And what was happening was, and I talk about this in the book, it happened after the war. So you saw that people were really, really great together right after, and everybody was just coming together to help each other and be together. And then all of a sudden, this shift in the way that people dealt with things when the militia started to take over, and the killings in the streets, and you know, we talk about these things, and people don't imagine that you're killed because of a name. I mean, and I'm sure with the partition, it was the same. You're killed because, or you're attacked, or you're removed, displaced because of your beliefs, because of your name, because of your history, and you're leaving a history. Like for Iraqis, you know, people have been there hundreds, thousands of years, and all of a sudden you're forced to live somewhere else and recreate and relive, you know, these images and things apart from home. So images of home become, you know, fragmented again. Yeah.
And for both of you, that concept of home is a challenging one. It's so both of you talk about your families coming to and moving to Canada and finding a kind of place to live where you are, where you exist, but that feeling of guilt towards being where you are and how you relate to your past and your family. It's there in both of your books, particularly yours, Madhu.
Guilt, gosh, I don't know. I'm not sure I feel guilty. But certainly so much that drove the writing of the book was to get in a better idea of, I suppose, what you would call home, but I would call history, because home is not where you are in the present moment and in the present place. Home is I was trying to expand the concept of home, right? And it, you know, it sounds so simple to say, but you know, it astounds me how different, you know, my mother's upbringing was to mine, and my father's upbringing was to mine. And I mean, this is a very common experience of many immigrants, second generation immigrants, but it's astounding. Like, I wrote the book to try to better understand that. And, you know, yeah. And so much of it was just, you know, finding those, you know, I don't even know if it's finding, because, you know, when you go back down into memory and stories, it's a pretty murky area. And I think you're just, you know, somebody used the word in a review, reclaiming, you know, you're reclaiming something, maybe even just claiming it, you know, which is really, it was my first instance of claiming all of that history and all of that experience in a way.
Yeah. Yeah, I think actually that claiming and reclaiming is are two brilliant words in terms of how you both want to claim and reclaim the stories that you have, which kind of, you know, it applies really strongly for you, Lenice, and your relationship to home.
Yeah, I'm going to go back just a little bit with the guilt. I still feel that, like, on really nice days out and the air is great here and it's not so hot and it's peaceful and there's electricity, I feel that survivor's guilt. I feel that sense where, you know, I want everybody in my family to be here. I want the people back home to feel what I'm feeling, this sense of calm, the safety of it. And so it's, I don't know, I do call it survivor's guilt even in the book, but it is that sense that right now, I mean, what my family's going through currently with the COVID situation and the medical system back home is really bad. It became horrible after the war, and it kind of just stayed like that. And so it's devastating to be here and not be able to be with them and help and, be physically available. And there's always, many scholars talk about the concept of, nostalgia, or the concept of that image of home that you have in your head that is actually very different from what it's like there now. And sometimes my brother was able to go back, and I would tell him, I just need to go back. I just need to go back. And he was like, you're going to go back and you might not like it. And I'm like, yes, but at least I go back and not like it anymore and say, oh, I am in the right place. But it's that I know I'm going to go back and things are different. The people that I knew either passed away or they've moved or things have changed a lot. I mean, in 14 years, of course they would. But that sense of home is, I think, what you carry. It's the people around you. And that's what I write about in the beginning of the book, my grandfather's village, and that the place where my father was raised. Because when I think of home, that's what I think of. That's the place I think of. That's the place where I felt the safest, I think.
And that concept of home not just being not the place you are, but it's your history, it's who you're with and who you carry with you, is it's a very, very beautiful idea and a very beautiful concept. I'm afraid we have run out of time, and there's so much to talk about in your books. I do recommend that everyone goes out and buys the books. We are living in this digital space where we get to access some incredible writers for free. So please do go and buy the book. Support Word on the Street, support Another Story bookstore, which is a brilliant bookshop. And please do buy these books. They are, again, when we're working in and living in digital, the moment of reading stories and holding books becomes even more precious. So thank you very much to Lamise, and thank you, Madhu.
Thank you.
Lovely to meet you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Roland and Lamise and Madhu. As mentioned, this line goes straight to your heart. Waiting for the Rain are both available through Another Story Bookshop, in the WOTS digital marketplace, or at anotherstory.ca. Thanks so much, everyone. Now, we are going to say a few acknowledgements before we wrap up our first part here on the Word on the Street Books and Discovery stream. Yes, sorry. You can rejoin us in a few minutes on Books and Discovery Part 2. At 3:30 p.m., you can join Terry Follis in conversation with debut novelist Morgan Murray. Then we'll present our debut poets panel and our panel Land Unceded, Reparations Needed. And stay tuned this evening for featured conversations with poet Canisia Lubrin, novelist Catherine Hernandez, and reporter Justin Ling. The Word on the Street is funded in part by the Government of Canada, the Government of Ontario, and the City of Toronto. We acknowledge the support of the Canada Council for the Arts, the Ontario Arts Council, the Toronto Arts Council, and Ontario Creates. Ce projet est financé en partie par le gouvernement du Canada, le gouvernement de l'Ontario, et la ville de Toronto. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you again very soon.
Hello. We have Stephanie Roberts, who will be reading right now. David will be pulling up their bio so that I can read that. But in the meantime, I would like to welcome Stephanie Roberts to the screen, and they will be reading for us. And don't worry about the 5 minutes. Take as much time as you need.
Okay.
Actually, it's great because I have the bio right here. So Stephanie Roberts is a citizen of Canada, Panama, and the United States. Stephanie Roberts is the prize-winning author of The Melting Potential of Fire. Roberts is based in Quebec.
Should I go? I'm sorry. Can't tell if I'm live.
Hello, me again. You are live. Go
okay.
right ahead.
I see. Anyway, I was given a bad link. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Stephanie Roberts. Je m'appelle Stephanie Roberts. And I'm going to read 3 poems to you today from my book, Rushes from the River Disappointment, with McGill Queen's University Press. People believing badly. Those of us who've seen miracles know how to ask. If you've asked, do you love me? I almost certainly don't love you. And if, in a foolish bout of poor judgment, I've asked likewise, then, like death and taxes, by now you've retired with fire to your silent battle station. Be that as it is. We agree without asking to say nothing about all this strident, confused unbelief, keeping our conversations to the weather and that guy who can swallow Rubik's Cube through a mustard-colored disaster of teeth, solving the puzzle of it via revolting convolutions in gut before regurgitation. I bet that guy believes in I love you. I bet that guy asks for anything he wants. This is about being Black. In the morning, there is no day job to be alarmed by, and my waking hours toll same as yours. Black coffee, sweet Jesus, and the white toilet follows same as you. Dig 6 feet for the sleep of tulip bulbs as the Quebecois neighbor plays that one soul mix she's so proud of, singing, smoking grass, and reckoning Sam Cooke's pains the same as hers. In cold October, sweat weeps even as frost fingers under my clothes. Plant a spring dream for color. Kiss before confinement in snow. Francoise hangs over the fence offering a toke. I'm not resigned nor inclined to start sharing her samenesses. Every white body knows everything. Painting my nights black and blue with grief, then copywriting the music. I was handcuffed, Paul outraged with sky eyes wide. Wrongfully arrested and no job. You think I don't know what it's like to be Black? I'm blacker than you. I keep my white thoughts to myself. Ain't nothing blacker than that. Let them think I'm burying crocuses, daffodils, and hyacinths. Sunrises and sunsets, pastel approved. But I'm putting white bodies in those holes, digging deep, adding bone blood meal, laughing about it to the righteous earth. My last poem. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Part for me. Part for me, Gulf of Mexico. My knee is strongly against the tide of your refusal. Solar flares pizzazz overcast skies with the nudge of insistent shine. I hate to tell you what comes next. I hate to tell you the hard look of helpless splintering across your horizon, which I ignore, like your utterance of callous. Don't you know your every look is already engraved in me, scripted along the black of my right shoulder? You can read it in the dark by light fingers or the purple clouds of memory. Anyway, awareness feeds some childhood terror. Childish, forgive me. It can't be helped. Black skin burns blue under the full moon. Salt and caramel complement as do chocolate and chilies. Do you think this is easy for me? Baby, it's a heartbreaker, coaxing spring from frozen soil. I promise, I'm seeing into your puckered wound as tenderly as I can, which still seems to pink you. Part for me. I stay idling, give in. It's holding the ocean back that aches. It's the way you don't want me to say what I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for reading.
Thank you for having me.
And we will be starting part 2 on the other stream immediately.